let's get into this. One of my mentors, Alan Nation, told me, he said, Ty, make sure you always run your conference like a train. Start on time. So I'm going to start on time. And not like an Italian train. They never start on time. We'll do it like the Germans. So this will run, it depends. We'll see how it goes. One important thing in terms of just some housekeeping rules. So the first housekeeping rule is all of you are obviously called in. If you're hearing this, you should be also on your phone or online. You should be looking at a page that says Purple Belt Advanced Training, okay? So you'll see kind of a little two lists there, what you will learn, all right? So you're going to learn, we talk about these things, and I added a second section because I think it's important, just because last time I did this, we got into a lot of other awesome nitty-gritty stuff. So we'll cover those 10 things and in Section 1 and 10 things in Section, or actually 12 things in Section 2. So go ahead and take a second just so we know you're on and the computer's working for you. In the question and answer section, right below, you can go ahead and just say, I'm here, or say your name or whatnot, okay? But that's important just so we know. And all throughout the time that I'm talking, go ahead. You'll see the question and answer. It's real time, so it'll just push. Some of you are going to privately chat with me. If you have private things, and I've seen that, then that's fine too. So feel free to either privately reply to the emails or SMSs that you got reminding you. Those will come into my computer. I will see them while I'm talking. But even better, if you can, put it in that public area there, the question and answer. So before we start, if you can, go ahead and put in kind of a goal that you'd like. Now, let me just say what this is specifically for, this exact online seminar, because I do different ones, okay? This exact online seminar is for people who already own a business, okay? And they're doing fairly decent revenue. So let's say you own a business and you're doing $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, okay? Or $1 million. It's for that range, 500 to about $1 million. So if that's you, this is specifically for you. If that doesn't describe you, and you're somebody making a lot more than that, a lot more than $1 million, it doesn't matter. You're going to learn principles that you can take your company to, 10, 100 plus, 100 million beyond, okay? I was just at dinner with one of my best friends, and he's doing $1 million a day, right? So not sure if anybody's on that level. He's a very advanced business guy. The same stuff that he and I talk about are the things you're going to be hearing. And some of you are just starting out, and you don't even have a business, or you have a business that's just doing, 50, 100, 150 grand. You can still listen in. I just want everybody to know who this is specifically tailored to, okay? We're specifically tailored to people who have been in business for a while and are on their way and trying to get up, ideally trying to get up to at least $10 million a year, okay? So with that in mind, in that question and answer area, if you have any questions as I'm talking, I've done this before where I get 100 questions during the online seminar, and that's great. That helps me. It will not disturb me because I'll walk to and from my computer and I'll check it occasionally. So feel free to put in if you have 30 different questions, because for those of you who know me, I get straight to the point. This is not like a fluff thing. For some people, it will possibly be too advanced, okay? But it's not too advanced in the sense, if any of you ever read the book, The Seven Habits of Highly Successful People, he talks about you have to start with the end in mind. So even if you're just starting out, I saw somebody just go, they're just trying to get to six figures, that's great. We're going to talk about what I call the law of 10%. And so many people get this wrong. So let's start by just talking. That's not even on the list, but it's pretty important. So the law of 10% says no matter who you copy, at best, you probably won't do better than 10% of what they do. Why? Well, think about it. Let's use an analogy of sports. Michael Jordan, maybe the greatest basketball player of all time. If I watch every video online and go to a training camp with him and read books about him, at best, my basketball skills will be a tenth of his. He's Michael Jordan. He invented it, right? So one of the big problems I see in business for people trying to get to 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures, 9 figures, 10 figures, is that you probably won't do better than 10% of the people you copy. So I find in the business world, especially with e-commerce, people are copying people that do, $1 million a year. Well, that's great. Copy someone who does $1 million a year. You probably won't be as good at what they do as they are. They invented that. So you'll probably do $100,000. So if you look at the people you're copying, you're probably doing about 10% of them. So one of the things that I say is you must go straight to the top. So who are the people on the top of the business world? Well, Sam Walton. If you haven't read his book, Made in America, he wrote it on his deathbed. It cost you $5. It's a crime that business owners and entrepreneurs haven't all read that book. Why? He's the best. Even if you don't like Walmart, I'm not particularly in love with Walmart as a company and some of the things that they do, but you can't help but know that guy made $150 billion. $150 billion. This is personal net worth. Of course, he split it up. He was smart for tax purposes. So he was never on top of the Forbes billionaire list because he split it up in trust among his family. But the point being, he made more money than Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, Warren Buffett, Carlos Slim, all combined. He made more than them. So why not copy from him? If you have an hour to read a book and you're going to read some book of some friend of a friend said, oh, this is a good book about this guy who sold his company for $10 million. Why read that book? Aristotle, the famous philosopher, said, he was talking about our character, and he said about anger, he said, to be angry is easy, but to be angry at the right person, at the right time, for the right reason, with the right intensity, for the right length of time, that's difficult. So for you to learn is easy. We're bombarded by images. You can watch the History Channel. You can flip on some audio book on your phone. You can listen to NPR. You can do all that. But that's easy. What's difficult is remembering there's 125 million books published. 125 million books have been published. You're not going to read them all. My goal, some of you know I got 1 million people on my Book of the Day email club. So some of you probably are coming from that. And I read a book a day, but at best, my goal is to die having read 10,000 books. I'll be very happy if I can pull off 10,000 books. For some of you, that seems too much, but all of you, especially if you want to make money, you better set a goal of a minimum of 1,000 books that you've read in your life, minimum. And so, knowing that, you got to know what order to read in. Everything's an opportunity cost. Like Charlie Munger, the billionaire, says, opportunity cost. This is the elusive concept that humans struggle with. We really struggle with, So when it comes to learning, going back to this Sam Walton book, why not learn from the best guy? The law of 10% says if we copy Sam Walton and his principles of building a business, 1945, he starts a business. He has 2 stores. He grows that business to what may now he's dead, but it's continuing to grow, and it may grow to be the first $1 trillion or one of the first $3 trillion companies in the world. So why not learn from him? It takes the same amount of time. So one of the things, a lot of people go, oh, Ty, you're successful, and it all depends who I compare myself to. Compared to some people, I'm successful. If I compare myself to people who have done worse than me, but if I compare myself, I just saw an article of this Facebook guy. He was one of the original investors in Facebook. Came in a little bit later, not at the very beginning. And he's 33 years old, and he made $450 million last year with his hedge fund. There's always somebody dramatically better than you. So what I like to do with myself is be sure at all times, in all areas, and this doesn't just apply to business. You want happiness? Well, find out who are the happiest people in the world. Mother Teresa was an extremely happy person. If you read her book, I have a few books by her. I don't think she actually wrote an autobiography, but there's books written, there's a biography written with her consent. If you read that, she had immense happiness. If you copy her, and even if you only do 10%, so, all right, so 10%, this law of 10%. So on this seminar, what you're going to be listening to, you may go, why in the world am I listening to someone talk about billionaires? I don't want to be a billionaire. I just want to make $100,000. Well, now you'll understand. If we learn from the best, $150 billion net worth of Sam Walton, even if you only do 1/10 of 1% as good as him, you'll be extremely wealthy, okay? So don't ever forget that law of 10%, because in the modern world, it is almost the biggest tendency. People pay me a lot of money. I'm an investor. That's my main business. Invested in various businesses, about 12 companies at a time. And, I do on the side, I do some, like what you're listening to now, I do some teaching and consulting and things. And people are always asking me, I just came back, I spoke at London Business School, and I was speaking there, and I get the same line of questions. The number 2 business school in the world. It's the same questions that I get on calls from, beginning entrepreneurs. What's the secret? What's the formula? What's the 1 or 2 little tips and tricks you have? And I would say, if you're writing this down, I hope you're taking notes, that this law of 10% is applicable to you whether you're already making $1 million a year or if you're making, $10,000 a year. Change who you copy. Stop copying friends of friends that seem kind of successful. Now, that leads me into something. We're going to move around all over the place here. The idea behind this is I want to expand your mind to all the knowledge that you'll need if you want to make a company that does $10 million in marketing. All right, that's one of the things you'll see on the list, the second list there, promotion. This leads me into marketing, because if you want to make a lot of money, you're going to have to be able to bring in people, right? So there's this funny saying that Alan Nation, one of my mentors, used to tell me that I love. He goes, Ty, if you're in a room in a business deal and you don't know who the sucker is, you're the sucker. Never forget that. In life, if you don't know who the suckers are in life, you're the sucker. Most people, the average person, sees something like 2,000 to 7,000 advertisements a day. All of us like to think we live an autonomous life as business people and we're doing our own thing. We're not. We're influenced by the things around us. So what you want to do, instead of being the sucker who's being influenced by media, you want to be the one controlling the media in terms of how you market yourself. So you must understand the 25 cognitive biases. Memorize them. They're online, the best source of them. I mean, different psychologists have talked about them. David Buss, one of my favorites, friend, the evolutionary psychologist, professor. Cialdini wrote some books on this that a lot of entrepreneurs like, but the best is Charlie Munger, the self-made billionaire. He did a speech, several speeches where he covered the 25 cognitive biases. When it comes to marketing and selling, whatever you're doing, and again, if you're on this list, it's the second section. We're on number 3. We're on promotion. You must understand the cognitive biases that will exert pressure on your customer to buy what you're buying. Now, I'm assuming you're selling something good. I hope nobody on this call. I have this academy, and I have all these people that I'm training to be future, multi-million-dollar business owners, and I tell them, if I find out any of you are using these tricks to sell something bad, I'm going to kick you out, right? So hopefully nobody on this call is using these techniques to sell heroin to kids or something like that. So assuming everyone's selling something worthwhile, we're going to talk about level 3, level 2, level 1 business mastery based on Martin Seligman, the famous positive psychologist, but I'll get back to that. So right now I'm talking about marketing, okay? So 25 cognitive biases that cause persuasion, that cause people to be persuaded. One of them, and you should memorize all 25. I think I have them all memorized. They're like reward bias, punishment bias, liking, disliking, Kantian fairness, Pavlovian tendencies, social proof, association bias, availability bias, senescence bias, chemical bias, misweighting bias. Anyway, I could go on. I could test. I guess I could test myself, see if I can do all 25. I think I can. But the one I want to focus on, because it's relevant to the last subject we were talking about, who you learn from, is what's called the availability bias. We tend to make mistakes in judgment by doing whatever is easily available to us. So, if you go to two different websites, let's say you have a website and your competitor has a website, you sell the identical thing. In fact, you sell something better, cheaper, but you're losing money. Your competitor's on their way to making $10 million and beyond, and you're not. Oftentimes, it's simply because the button on their website is larger, more clear. The font on their website is more clear. Yes, people literally will make decisions, not based on good research of you versus your competitor, but because theirs is more available, simpler to find, simpler to understand, they will choose that. We all succumb to that bias. That's why I was saying so many of us follow the wrong people, because it's easier for most of us. If you talk to your friends about business, honestly, you can write this in the question and answers. How many of your friends talk long and hard about Sam Walton's business techniques? Think about it. You know who we talk about in the business world? I go to conferences around the world. You know who people are talking about? They're talking about Tim Ferriss and a 4-hour work week, which I have nothing against. I mean, I disagree with some of it, and I agree with some of it. I think Tim Ferriss is a great guy and a good marketer and has good stuff. People are talking to me about the lean startup. Eric Ries, he has a kind of well-known book. People talk about the E-Myth Revisited by Michael Gerber. Because that's easily available to us, we tend to take that information in and use that for business. But why? How much money do you think Tim Ferriss makes? $10 million bucks, maybe? $20 million? I don't know. You think he's worth $150 billion like Sam Walton? So no, you and I can both point first at ourselves and go, we've been tricked by the availability bias. Instead of doing research and thinking things through and go, who's the best? Let me learn from them. We go, oh, my buddy handed me this book, The 4-Hour Work Week. Oh, it's awesome. Or The Lean Startup. Ooh, that's awesome. Instead of boring, which is the $5 paperback book made in America on Amazon. You probably can get it for a penny used. In the same way that you and I call that, remember I said if you don't know who the sucker is, you are the sucker? You and I have been the sucker. We're the sucker, and you will waste years of your life that you will never get back following people that are not worth following. Maybe one day Tim Ferriss will be a billionaire and he's the best business guy in America. Then we can follow him. So when it comes to marketing now, we flip it around. You must make all of your products easily available. Some of you got my recent, 2 days ago I sent out a Book of the Day email talking about David Ogilvy. And for those of you just joining the call, you should be on the page. If any of you aren't on the page, go ahead and email or text my support staff. Should be on the page. You can see the question and answers, and you can also see the two lists. One list of 10, one list of 12. We are on the third one of list, or number 3 of list 2, which is promotion. People ask this a lot, right? So, all right, so 25 cognitive biases. We don't have time to do all of them, unfortunately. So we'll do this, continue on this availability bias. David Ogilvy is maybe the greatest marketing guy of all time, right? David Ogilvy started Ogilvy and Associates, I think. He's in the 60s, 70s. He's responsible for marketing Rolls-Royce and Tide soap and all this kind of stuff. There's a TV show, a very popular one called Mad Men, that a lot of you may have heard of, and so it's based on David Ogilvy. So one thing David Ogilvy said, and if you read, you should read, he has this book called Ogilvy on Advertising. And once again, if you want to know how to market and sell, because you will never hit $10 million with the business just from selling to friends and family and virally, and maybe virally, but not through, just word of mouth, buddies buying your product, right? You got to get people who have never heard of you. They might hear of you virally, but promotions and marketing is one of the most important things in terms of what gets people to 10 million and beyond. So how available right now is your product? Now, some of you, I'm going to ask this question in the question and answer. Go ahead and put this in, or you can do it privately to me if you want. I won't embarrass anybody for anything you put. Put in your marketing pitch, what it is you sell. Go ahead and put in the question and answer there, or like I said, you can private message me. I'm going to read some of these, and we're going to focus on this availability bias. So here's how the brain works. In my article that some of you have read, I compared it to a bouncer. So I used to own nightclubs in on the East Coast, different ones. And at one point I had 40 bouncers that worked for me, big guys. Big Chris was one of the main bouncers, and he was 7'2". I think that's 220 centimeters for those of you listening in from Europe. And he weighed 220 kilos, which is about 460 pounds. One of the biggest guys on the planet, actually. He's bigger than Shaquille O'Neal. And he stood at the door, and one of the secrets of a good, efficient, well-run nightclub is the doorman, the bouncer. Your customer's brain has a bouncer. It has evolved. We have evolved over 10,000 generations of getting smarter and smarter from our grandma and great-grandmother to have a bouncer. And here's why. Here's what scientists would say. David Buss talks about this. Scientific American, I have some quotes there on my site. We have limited glucose available to think. Your brain, even though it's like 1% of your body, it uses 20 to 30% of all energy that you have. It's kind of scary, right? If you lay in bed and do not move, you still have what's called your basal metabolism rate. You're still burning calories. Mostly, obviously you have to breathe and stuff, but mostly it's your brain. So, 10,000 years ago, we lived on the African savanna. Most of us were hunter-gatherers. Our brain evolution, your customer evolution of their brain. You must understand the evolution of your customer's brain. The best marketers understand psychology, evolutionary psychology, and the brain. So 10,000 years ago, 90% of all humans grew up, our ancestors grew up hunter-gatherers. That means there was no refrigerators. There was no snack bars. There was no McDonald's. There was nothing. In fact, the average person was very skinny because they were undernourished almost always. So how did we evolve? Well, we evolved, and the brain was burning the most fuel. So we evolved to put this bouncer there, this brain bouncer. And what that brain bouncer does, and it's still alive and well in every single person's mind that you're ever going to try to sell a product to, that bouncer prevents logic from having to be done, because logic burns more fuel than instinct. So, for example, you and I are walking across the street. We hear a weird noise. Boom. We jump back so we don't get hit by a car. That's instinct. That takes very little fuel in our brain because it uses the lower part of our brain, a more primitive part of our brain. Instinct is not expensive in terms of using your customer's brain's fuel. But you know what is? Logic. Logic uses the neocortex, the higher parts of the brain, and so there's a bouncer that stands between the primitive and the logical side of your customer's brain, and your brain too, and my brain too. This is why stories work. This is why big syllable words don't work, because the bouncer stands there, and you're trying to sell your customer something, and you're requiring them to think deeply on a subject and to think through something. Let's say you don't make it easy to buy. They have to click 3 different buttons on your website, or they got to squint their eyes and look very closely and go, I can't seem to buy something. Where is the button? That's taking higher brain power, and the bouncer doesn't want it to happen. That's why the average website, people visit it for under 7 seconds and leave. It's same with stores. One of the things Sam Walton at Walmart was obsessed with was how to lay out his stores so that people bought the most, so that it was most available. The average grocery store you and I walk into is so scientifically mapped out, it's insane. They hire in the top consultants. That's what I actually have a friend here, John, who is a top consultant at grocery stores. It's multi-billion-dollar industry, and they want it to a science. It's like what food goes on the aisle shelf right by your eyeballs, right? They put the stuff that they know that you're most likely to buy right there. Then they put things, as we all know, they put the milk and the eggs in the cheese in the back because they make it not available to you because they know you're already going to buy it when you go in the grocery store. So they force you to walk by other stuff. They're geniuses. Geniuses. Sam Walton was one of the pioneers of that, right? He made things available. So once again, your concept of your business must be easily available. Last week I did a seminar. Some of you may have been on this. This one is for the purple belt. I have an academy that's white belt, yellow belt, blue belt, purple belt, brown belt, and black belt. So what you're listening to is the fairly advanced purple belt. In the blue belt that I talked about last week, I talked about some even more, went into this into detail. So I'm not going to repeat some because some of you have already heard that. But specifically, the concept of your business. Let me give you an example of a good concept. Tell me how quickly all of you understand this. I'm going to do a good one and a bad one. So I did a seminar. I do once or twice a year. I open up my house. I have a whole bunch of people come in from around the world. So I did a seminar. I was doing this in person, and I said, tell me your concept. Let's test its availability. And a girl stood up and she said, okay, I leverage social media to, let me see how she said, I leverage social media to acclimate your customer base and move more product. Something like that. I saw everybody in the room, their eyes just glazed over. Nobody knows. What does leveraging social media mean? I go on some websites, even big websites, not Salesforce, but companies like that, these huge companies, and you can't understand what it is they're selling, okay? No one in that room wanted to sit there and do the logic and open up a library, a dictionary, and go, what does she mean? Acclimate and leverage and blah, blah. It's multi-syllable words. So cut the multi-syllable words out of your marketing and out of your promotion. If you want to raise investor capital, people ask me how to get investors. Make it available. One of my first mentors was a guy named Mike, and he was one of the biggest investors, wealthiest men in Ireland. And I was in Mississippi on a farm at that time. I was young. I was like 18 or 19. And I was in the back of a pickup truck, and I was talking to him, and he said, I never forget, he said, Ty, I get about 27 pitches a day. People trying to invest, ask me to invest in their company. He says, if I can't understand in one sentence, I just this was back before emails, it was just letters. He's like at 27 letters. If I read the first sentence and don't know what the heck they're talking about, I just throw it over my shoulder, throw it right in the trash. He goes, it doesn't mean it's a bad idea, it just means they're not ready to do it. When you're ready to do it is when it's simple. So let's give an example of a business. Let's just pick one that followed the availability bias. Let's say I came to you, and let's say you had $1 million, and I wanted you to invest in my next business idea. So I said to you, I want to open a company that sells hot donuts in stores with big glass windows where you can watch the donuts being made. Now, does everybody on this call understand what I just said? Hot donuts and customers can watch through a glass window the donuts being made. That's Krispy Kreme. I don't know if you guys know that company, Krispy Kreme. It's one of the biggest companies, came out of nowhere, made a ton of money. They struggled for a little bit, but now I think they're back, a huge multi-billion-dollar company. But the basis of it was a simple concept. Hot donuts made through a glass window that you could watch. I remember when I was young, my family used to go down to Krispy Kreme donuts. My stepdad loved Krispy Kreme donuts. He was a big guy and used to eat 30 donuts at a time sometimes. Not recommending that, but he would look through, I remember a little kid looking through the windows, watching those donuts made. It was a brilliant idea. It was so simple. It was available to my brain in a millisecond. I understood what it was. So be very careful, all right, in your concept. And also be careful that you're not succumbing to the availability bias and you're becoming the sucker in how you learn and how you direct your business, all right? Do it in logical order. So here's the kind of catch-22. Here's the oxymoron. Your business, your customers you must pitch to them without logic, okay? But you, as somebody who's trying to make a lot of money and make a successful business, you must use logic. It's a catch-22, right? You have to train your brain to not fall prey to the logic, to the availability bias. It's like I said, it's a little weird for people who are like, what do you mean? We're doing something different for our customer. Yes. You're doing something different, okay? You're selling easy, simple. If you have multi-syllable words, I call it the grandma test. My grandma's 96 years old, okay? The other day I was down in La Jolla talking to her, and she's like, Ty, what's an iPhone? I remember she was so didn't know what an iPhone. I thought that was funny. And my aunt's also 97. And my aunt the other day, I don't know if you guys saw my Instagram, I posted a video where she's going, Ty, what's a Twitter? I see all these people out on dates with their girlfriend, and they're not even looking at each other. They're just Twittering. So she obviously didn't know what the heck Twitter was. But if my grandma or my aunt wouldn't understand your business idea, you need to go back to the drawing board and redraw. I don't even care if you're already making $1 million. You want to make more money? Make it simpler. Go visit a Walmart. You know, McDonald's, I don't like McDonald's for what they stand for in terms of junk food and destroying the world with their, horrible stuff. But if you want to learn about business, what's more available than McDonald's? There's also another competitor to McDonald's in California, some of you may know. It's called In-N-Out Burger, right? In-N-Out Burger. Here's the cool thing about In-N-Out Burger. The store by store, it is more profitable than McDonald's in California. For some reason, they haven't expanded outside of California. Actually, the guy who started it died, and his granddaughter owns it, and I think she's just happy to be a billionaire and doesn't care about expanding it. But the cool thing, and why it's such a profitable store, even more profitable store by store than McDonald's, is that the menu has like 6 options. That's it. So you walk in there. Now, does that mean every restaurant should have only 6? No. But for the brand that they are pushing, which is fast food, people want to go in there, and they don't want to have to think. They don't want to have to think. And so they make a ton of money. The Paradox of Choice, there's a great book on that. If you haven't read that, I think it's Barry Schwartz wrote a book, The Paradox of Choice. Right? That's bringing us back to, I'm harping over and over on one of these 25 biases. I wish I had time on this call to go through all 25. I'm actually getting ready to put out a nonstop on my website, a 24-hour business talk. It's like it'll just be recorded radio, so to speak, where I'll loop it over and over. So stay tuned. In the next week, I'll have that up, and I'll try to get through all those. I won't get, even then in 24 hours, I can't get through all the business stuff. I recently, the last year, I've developed this 4-year mini MBA program. Some of you on this call are actually in it. It's a white to black belt thing. And it's, it's divided up into 4-month semesters, white, yellow, blue, purple, brown, black. I get into all this stuff exactly. But we have time on this call, of course, to do this one. So let's go look at question and answers, and we'll examine one. So I asked people, and you can do the same as you're listening here if some of you just came in. Somebody put in the question and answer, Z Rooms London provides good quality contemporary private rental rooms to professional sharers across West London. So it's a good business idea, right? It's good. So following the rules of we want to continue. Always see your life and your business as a sculpture. Most of us think of our business as a lottery ticket. We're going to hit it on an idea. I've had people come to me and go, Ty, you're not going to believe this. Last night, I woke up from a dream. I had $1 billion idea. I'm like, hold on now. You're a lottery ticket person. I don't get along with lottery ticket people. I've had people come to me. It's like, you know how I'm going to get rich? Buy a whole bunch of lottery tickets. In fact, when I was 10 years old, I bought a lottery ticket in San Diego with my grandma. I'll never forget because I was broke. I was 10 years old, and I used to get an allowance of like $5 a month for doing chores. And I said, Grandma, I remember we were in a Ralph's, and we walked out of the Ralph's, and I said, Grandma, let's buy one lottery ticket. And we did, and I won $100. I scratched it off. I was like $1 million to me when I was 10. And I immediately the next day went out, took the $100, and I bought a bicycle. Now, there's a cool lesson in that 2 days later, somebody stole my bicycle. So, like they say, easy come, easy go, right? Like the Amish say. A fence that goes up fast fall down fast. But if you build it slow, it stays up. So anyway, most of us think of life and business like a lottery, right? Instead, see everything you do as a sculpture. So this first thing, this is the beginning of the rock, and we're going to chip away at it every day, the idea behind your business. So this person put, Z Rooms London provides good quality contemporary private rental rooms to professional sharers across West London. You can see this yourself if you're following along in the question and answer. So how can we chip away at this? It's a good beginning sculpture. So I always say start with multi-syllable words. So let's cut the word contemporary, right? It's too many syllables. Contemporary. We could eat sharers, I think we cut. I don't know if that's a word in the UK, but in America it's not really a word. Now, would my grandma understand it? Yes and no. She would understand that it's rental rooms. So what I like to do when I'm doing these is let's start the simplest, like 6 words, right? We want to make this more available. How about we rent badass rooms to people in London? I don't think you have to put sharers. Now, you might say, why do you throw badass in there, Ty? Well, in the book, which I recommend everyone read if you're keeping a list of books to read, Purple Cow by Seth Godin, one of the most well-known authors on marketing. Seth Godin says, of the 100 brands that are popular today, Coca-Cola and Disney and all this stuff, of the 100 top brands in the world, 60 or 70 of them were formed and became popular back when TV commercials used to work. When my mom was little, 50s and 60s, they used to sit in front of TV and they'd watch the shows and then they'd watch the commercials. And if Coca-Cola had a commercial there, they'd go out and buy Coca-Cola because everybody was innocent back then. Now in the modern world, of course, nobody even wants to watch commercials. They're watching Netflix and their DVR and TiVos, right? So what he says in Seth Godin is you have to make something outrageous. You need to make things that annoy, that push people, that prod people. These are the things that stand out. We can't use the old-timey things. We can't just advertise. But most of us are reading textbooks and listening to people that are still in that old 50s and 60s mentality where we just make a nice, safe brand and don't be afraid to be safe. There's Perry Marshall, an internet marketing guy. One thing I always remember he wrote that I liked, he talks about this company that sold industrial fans. Very boring business, right? Fans for warehouses. And they had a hard time making money because they would go to these trade shows and all these people who had warehouses would be there and you couldn't stand out. It's just fans. You had a company like Bob's Fans and Susie's Fans. And this one guy, though, had this idea to just make a purple cow. A purple cow stands out, right? Most cows are black or white. And this guy said, I'm going to call it Badass Fans, or Big Ass Fans. Sorry, not Badass, Big Ass Fans. And not only did he come up with that crazy name, but he reinforced the brand by hiring all these ex-football players, like the Chicago Bears refrigerator Perry, and just big 400-pound ex-football players would sit there at his booth with big-ass fans. And guess what? He grew his business. He differentiated himself. So don't be afraid to put a little bit of outrageous. It depends on your brand. I mean, if you're selling things to children, right, you wouldn't want to say big ass because it wouldn't be consistent with the marketing brand. But, don't be afraid on this brand where what you're basically saying is, I rent good rooms to people, right? And, of course, contemporary, private, you can talk about that later. Remember, some people try to get too much into their opening pitch to people. Imagine it like this. I always say, and I'm not going to get into this on this call, but there's 3 plans everybody should have in their business. There's what I call the 1-sentence plan, okay? Then there's the 1-paragraph plan and the 1-page plan. And here's what I mean in practicality. I have a business mentor now, one of the top real estate guys in the world, billionaire level guy, okay? And he said, back when he was 18, he realized that he needed a mentor. So he found this guy where he lived in the city who owned a whole bunch of hotels. And he went to that office and he said to the secretary, can I meet with the guy and ask him to be my mentor and to teach me if I can work for him, an intern? And she's like, no, he's busy. So he said he came back the next day. Same thing, she turned him out. He went back 17 times. 17 times. On that 17th time, almost a month had gone by, the secretary felt so bad for him. She said, you know what? Stand, hide behind the bush by the elevator. When he comes out of his office, he's going to get in the elevator. Quickly jump in the elevator, right? And he did. And he was able to impress him enough. It was a 3-floor building. In the 3 floors, by the time he hit the bottom floor, that guy said to him, you know what? You're interesting. Come back in the morning. Meet me at my private jet at the local airport, and we're going to head down to Florida and look at some hotels. Right? That's what he did. And you hear this. You've heard of the elevator speech. Well, I like to even call it, some people think elevator speech, they do it too long. What's your one sentence? Imagine Bill Gates happens to come to your party, a house party of yours, and you notice that he's leaving and you haven't had a chance to talk to him. And he's walking out the door, and you yell out to him, hey, Bill, I got an idea. I want a blank, blank, blank. By the time he closes that door, he's like walking out the door. I once met Bill Clinton, and that happened to me. He was at my friend's house, and I went there. Bill Clinton was literally walking out the door, and I was trying to get his attention. I remember I was like, Mr. President, Mr. President. He actually came back out. It was pretty cool to have the president come back out when I was kind of starstruck. I didn't know what to say. I usually don't get nervous. I can do huge public speaking things, but Bill Clinton is a pretty cool guy. So anyway, what is yours? You must have that quick phrase that you can say. Remember we said, I sell hot donuts through glass windows. People can watch the awesome donuts being made. And the guy who's closing that door, Bill Gates, will go, hey, that's interesting. Here's my card. Call me in the morning. Right? That's your one sentence. And it must be available to the brain. If I would have said to Bill Clinton as he's walking through the door, Mr. President, I leverage high-level business to acclimate the customer base towards, he'd be like, what the heck, and just keep going. But if I say, hey, I want to sell hot donuts to people through glass windows and they can watch it being made, it'll be so fun to watch. Little kids will want to watch. He'll be like, hey, that's interesting. Let me pay attention. So that's your one sentence, and it must be available. So my concern with this one, even though it's very good, in a certain sense, okay, it's good, it's not quite available enough to me. It's not quite available enough. So we're going to cut the multi-syllable words. I'm not going to go too much into this. Some other people wrote, how do I figure out my goal if I don't have a business yet? We'll touch on that. I want to get to that too. In fact, so let's keep going through. So we talked a lot about promotions. We talked about who you're copying. That's what we started. If some of you have come in on the call late, and then we were on. There's 2 lists. There's a list of 10 and a list of 12. Okay, we're on number 3 of the second list: promotion, advertising, and branding. All right. So let's move. I want to move to the next thing. I want to move on to something a little. Some of you are fairly advanced. Let's talk about the 2 lists. There's number 11. Okay, number 11. It's advisory. Board of advisors, right? Okay, so what do I mean by this? Well, if you own a business, you're at $1 million, maybe less, maybe more, maybe you're just starting out. A key component, there's 12 ingredients that you see here, right? That second list is 12 ingredients. You must master all of those 12 ingredients if you want a $10 million or more business. You must, right? There's a myth out there that there's some simple one rule and then you're doing well. It's not. Think of it this way. There's a good book on happiness called The Happiness Hypothesis by Jonathan Haidt. And when he's not talking about business, but it's applicable to business. He's talking about human happiness. In his studies, it's one of the top professors on human happiness. He says happiness is like soup, right? It's like a soup. Now, if you're in your kitchen, your business kitchen, quote unquote, and you want to make chicken soup, that's your business. To make good chicken soup, you can't just have broth. You can't just have chicken. You just can't have vegetables. It's a proper mix in the right ratio. So we've talked about promotions a little bit. That's only one thing. You can't just be good at marketing. You can't just be good at marketing. So number 11 on this list is what I call advisory. You must have a component of your business, a recipe, where you have advisory, your advisory board. And your advisory board is made up of 3 components. If you're writing this down, write this down. 3 components in advisory are A, mentors, B, board of advisors, 3, paid consultants. Let's talk about all 3 of these. All 3 of these are absolutely vital. Mentor, number 1. Number 2, board of advisors. Number 3, paid consultants. So let's talk first about board of advisors. Okay. People get this confused. I've been teaching this to people. If you can get this right, it gives you one of the biggest boosts, one of the biggest bang for the bucks, because nobody's really doing this except the best people. The best guys do this. The best women in business do this. Oprah Winfrey, her advisory side of her business, the people who advised her, she says that is why I am Oprah Winfrey, as opposed to just having a local TV or news show. She said she had 2 people that gave her advice that were key critical to her being Oprah. Even outside of traditional business, Jay-Z, same thing. Bill Gates, same thing. Sam Walton attributes most of the wealth of his business, Walmart, to a key thing that happened in the late 1960s. After he'd already been in business 22 years, he brought in a set of paid consultants. So it's mentors, board advisor, and paid consultants. So let's talk each. Board of advisors is this. You must have a formal board of advisors on your business. The good news is, for the board of advisors, you don't have to pay them. You don't have to give them shares in your company. They're free. What you do, you just make a website. On your website, you put a page where you formally acknowledge your board of advisors. You have their picture, little bio. It doesn't have to be a big prominent link on your site. Just have it so that you can show them, that you care about them. You call up people that you know that are successful in business. They don't have to be billionaires. What you're looking for is a wide, eclectic, broad range of skills. So I tell people, you want to have a real estate person. You want to have a lawyer on there. You want to have a priest or a pastor on there. You want to have a professor. You might want to have a psychologist. You might want a restaurant owner. Just 5 to 10 people, I recommend, 5 to 10, from all walks of life. Even a housewife is fine on there. It doesn't only have to be business people. Just people that there's a sparkle in their eye and they're wise. You want to look for wisdom. There's an ancient saying that says, make war with a multitude of counselors. Right? Make war with the multitude of counselors. David Ogilvy said, marketing people, business people who forget research, they always lose. And you can't always do the research yourself. So your board of advisors give you knowledge and insight into your business. And what you say to them, you pick up the phone. Not everyone you call will say yes. Some people will be too busy, but it's informal. You talk to them like, hey, I really know you're a smart person, sharp person. I got this company. I would love to put you on my board of advisors. It's no contract or no obligation. Just once or twice a year, I invite you all out to dinner. Or if they live all over the United States, you go, all of us meet in Las Vegas and just have a fun weekend, and we have a couple business dinners and just talk about, the business, and maybe if you have any insight, it'd be great. That's your board of advisors. And if you don't have any money, that's fine. Take them out to dinner. You can afford to take 5 or 10 people out to dinner once or twice a year. If you got a little budget, I recommend you always have an advisory and an education budget in your business. Always, always, always. In fact, in your business, if you're not already budgeting out a significant amount of money to education, it's like Benjamin Franklin said, the investment that bears the most interest is knowledge and learning. Like Warren Buffett, the greatest investor, the most well-known investor of our time, without a doubt, was oftentimes the richest man in the world many years in a row. He said, the best investment I ever made back in, I think it was the 30s or 40s, he said, I had no money. There was a course by Dale Carnegie. Some of you have heard of him. He wrote the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And Dale Carnegie had a public speaking conference. And he said it was like $1,000 or something really expensive for him. He said he hardly had the money, but he budgeted it out, and he said, the education I'm the most proud of, because it's helped me the most, was that course I took. He has a degree from Wharton, but he keeps that plaque of that little course he took, because if you know anything about Warren Buffett, what makes him stand out? There's lots of investors. What does he use more than anything? He's one of the great speakers. People love hearing Warren Buffett. It's allowed him to get into deals and business opportunities he never had. So for you, research budget and education budget needs to be at least 10% of your budget. Last year I spent $33,000 on Amazon. Most of that was books and so on. I mean, some of the things we buy paper towels on there, but I didn't buy $33,000 worth of paper towels. And, get 70% of that. That's on knowledge. That's a lot of money that I spend. And that's just on books. I spend a lot of money on going to seminars. I'm going to the Berkshire Hathaway one. I travel the world. I'm doing a TED Talk next time. And it's not just this month, actually, I'm doing a TED Talk. It's not just that I'm doing a TED Talk, but I'm going to be around all the other awesome TED Talk people. That's part of my education budget. It's in Europe. I'm flying to Europe. All that's part of my budget. You need the same thing. When I was first starting out, I had saved up by working on a farm, for 3, 4, 5 years. I had saved up, I remember, $17,000. It was a lot of money to me. And I was like, what do I do? How do I invest the $17,000? I can use it to start a business, but I was like, I can't. What can I do with $17,000? So I don't know how I had heard this. I was like, I made the right choice. I was like, I'm going to use it for knowledge and education. I used it to buy plane tickets to travel around the world. I hunted down the best business owners and said, hey, can I come, come stay out? Some of them were farmers. Some of them, were businessmen. I remember I went to Tasmania, the middle of nowhere, took a plane all the way from the U.S. to Australia, then went from Sydney, Australia, or Melbourne. I took another flight to Lancashire, I think it's called, which is the capital of Tasmania. I got a rental car. I drove across Tasmania. It's a crazy place because there's sheep everywhere, and there's no speed limit, by the way. So I was going 100 miles an hour in this rental car, but I didn't realize that there's no fences. The sheep farmers just save money by not fencing it. So you come around a corner at 100 miles an hour, and there's 300 sheep. So I almost died on this trip, but I visited this famous, kind of hermit guy that spent 3 days there just learning, asking him questions. You got to have that same attitude. I spent all $17,000 before I made, but it served me well. That was the best thing I could have ever done. I made friends and allies and knowledge. And so you must, if you want a 10-figure business, a $10 million plus business, you must be allocating a significant amount of your money towards that. Forego something else you don't need. Don't go to Disneyland. I've wasted money. I bought Ferraris and Maseratis and all that stuff. Forego that for an extra year and take that money you would have spent and spend it on all this advisory stuff. Take your advisor, wine and dine them, send them gifts. They will serve you more than any, because you have only one other choice. You cannot do what I'm saying and decide in exchange for money to keep more money and not spend it on advising and knowledge. You're just going to waste years of your life. You make the choice. I highly recommend that whenever you can trade time for money, that you give up your money to save time. Life is short. I mean, if you do this math, not to scare anybody on this call, but all of us should know this, we're alive on average, let's say, 80 years. It takes us 18 years to become an adult. And what's the prime of your life? Maybe, let's say, 25 to 55, 30 years, let's just say, okay? So you're alive 80 years, but only 30 years are your prime. That means 50 years of your life are out of your prime. So most of you, if not all of you listening in, are in the prime of your life. To waste 1 week of the prime of your life should be the biggest disaster that you've ever had. If you want to learn the hard way, I had a friend, and he always has girl troubles. And I remember I was driving home with him a couple of years ago up in the Hollywood Hills. I'm on these roads, and I was like, man, why don't you read a book on this? Because he can never get more than a first date. Never. Literally, he only gets first date his whole life. Maybe once a year he gets someone to go out. I'm like, why don't you read a book or something or go to seminaries? And I remember he got mad and he was like, Ty, I like to learn the hard way. Humans only learn by mistake. And there's some truth to that, but I remember what Warren Buffett said. Humans only learn by mistakes, but it's a heck of a lot easier to learn from other people's. So going back to this board of advisors, these are the people that are going to shave years off your life. Remember, it takes the average person to make $1 million 12 to 20 years. So if you have not made $1 million yet, and you do it the old-fashioned way, the hard knocks way, just know that on average it's going to take you 12 to 20 years. If you want to shave years off there, I'm not talking about get rich overnight because I don't believe in that. You don't even want to get rich overnight. It'll be like me with my lottery ticket bicycle. You'll lose it, right? You want to do it over time, but you don't necessarily want to take 20 years if you can figure out shortcuts. So your board of advisor, whether you need to take them out to dinner and spend some money, fly them in once a year, do it. Do it, do it. Forego something else you don't need. Don't go to the movies. Don't buy McDonald's. Save all that money and do it for something else. And, small amounts of money. I was reading the Lakers biography by Jerry Buss, about Jerry Buss, the new Laker book. It's called Showtime. And one thing that's fascinating is the guy who owned the Lakers and built the Showtime Lakers, this really rich guy named, he just died, Jerry Buss. He was an awesome guy, lived this awesome life. And reading his history, he was born Depression. He grew up, he said, with sacks, holding a sack trying to get free food in bread lines in the Depression. That's how poor he was. He said he used to often have to drink only chocolate milk. He hates chocolate milk because his mom said chocolate milk was 1 penny cheaper than regular milk. So he grew up having to drink this to save 1 penny. But he met one mentor who said, hey, you're smart, and started to encourage him to use his brain. And he did, and he got a degree in chemistry, and then he got a job at a big chemical corporation. He hated it, and he found 2 other guys, and he said, let's all save $83, I think a week or a month, $83 a month, till we saved up enough money to buy an apartment building and rent it out. And they did. They rented out a 14-unit place. And it was junky and holes in it. They painted it themselves. But he grew that into an empire. 700 buildings he eventually owned. And he did the biggest sports transaction, bought the Lakers, bought the sports arena, the Forum, and all this. My point being, when it comes to saving so that you have enough money to invest in education and an advisory board specifically, do whatever you have to do, even if you have to sleep on a couch, okay, for a month or a year. Joel Salatin was here, my first mentor. He said, everybody wants to be like me now, Ty, making millions of dollars, being in National Geographic, being all the, well-known person, because people don't realize after I got married for 8 years of my life, me and my wife slept in the attic of our parents' house so we could save money, and we lived on $100 a month for 8 years, and we grew our own food in a garden so we didn't have groceries. $100 a month was their budget. They spent $50 on a car that they had for 8 years. $50 was their total expense. Now, I'm not suggesting everyone here have to do that, but all of us can toughen up a little bit and put money where we need to. So make sure you have money for this board of advisors. One thing to point out in this board of advisors, they do not have to be in your industry. Mentors need to be in your industry. Board of advisors, no. Your board of advisors are people, not only will you be able to see them, once a year or whatever when you fly them in, or if they're local that you all go out to dinner a couple times a year, but when you befriend them, you will be able to have at your disposal the ability to pick up the phone if you're doing a real estate deal and call somebody who's like, hey, man, I'm getting ready to do this real estate deal. What do you think of this mortgage? And because you befriended them and honored them and been humble, they're going to give you free advice. That's why I said have a lawyer, have a psychologist in there. So if you're not feeling that good mentally, you can ask them for advice, okay? So that's your board of advisors. Any questions that you have, go ahead and put that in, and I will be answering as I move on to the next thing. So we're talking about number 11 of the 12 ingredients in making $10 million. All right. So what is the next part of this? All right. Mentors. So mentors are in your industry. They are minimum of 10 years ahead of you, preferably 20 years ahead of you. That means almost always they are older than you, but not always. Not always. If they started really early, they can be younger than you. So 20 years ahead of you. If you're already 60, you're probably not going to find somebody 20 years ahead of you. Be happy with 10. But they need to be ahead of you in the following area. Obviously, in business, right? But they also have to be doing it in the type of lifestyle that you want. So don't get a mentor that is in your industry and making 10 or 20 years ahead of you in revenue, but you hate their life, right? Because what they're going to teach you is how to create their own life. And a mentor, the board of advisors is much more casual in terms of how they influence you. That mentor is somebody you're going to spend more time with, and if you're not careful, you'll pick up their good and bad habits. Your board of advisors can be full of crazy people, but that are smart, because you don't care. You're only going to see them a few times a year. It's not going to rub off on you. The people that are your mentors, you may be with weekly or biweekly or monthly, so they rub off on you. So if your goal is to open up a sushi restaurant, you find a mentor who has a huge sushi restaurant, and they're making $20 million a year, and that's what you want to make in 10 years, but then you find out that the way they do it is by, doing something unethical or illegal, or they hate their life because they've built a structure where they're having to be at the sushi restaurant every minute. Don't make them your mentor. I say mentors are like business partners, and business partners are like spouses. Be careful who you pick for a business partner, for a spouse, husband or wife, or for a mentor. You must protect yourself, okay? Board of advisors is kind of like casual dating. You can go on a casual date with anybody. If they're not the greatest person in the world, you don't see them that much, right? Okay, so mentors. If you look at somebody like, let's be specific, a specific example, Denzel Washington, the actor. Who was his mentor? Sidney Poitier, who was also, Denzel Washington was a black actor, male, and he found a black actor mentor who was like, Sidney Poitier was like big in the 60s or 70s. So it's 20 years ahead of Denzel Washington. And that's how Denzel Washington got a head start, by having a mentor who was very similar to him, okay? A bit similar in the sense, it doesn't have to be personality-wise, but similar in terms of the results and the challenges that he had to face, okay? Now, people go to me, Ty, I can't find a mentor, Well, if I said to you, do you think having a husband or wife is important? Most humans would say yes. And I would say, do most of you think that once you realize you want a husband or wife, you will find them in the first week of looking? Most people would be like, no, that's absurd. Well, the same way with mentors. The same energy you put in to finding someone serious to date and fall in love with is the same energy you'll have to do with a mentor. That means you'll have to take some time, go out on some dates, quote unquote, fail, get rejected, all that good stuff. But the reward is so big that forget about the temporary pain. You're going to reach out to some mentors. That same guy that I told you that hid behind the bush and went in the elevator, okay, to find a mentor, he told me later he wanted to get, because mentors come and go over time. You change mentors. He found this other guy living in Texas that he wanted to be his mentor, and he said, I flew down, I got a place in Texas. I had a hard time. He was a huge businessman. I actually know who this guy is, very famous, I don't know if he's a billionaire, but close to that. And he said, I couldn't get him on the phone. I couldn't get, nothing I tried worked, but I knew he liked to ride his bicycle. So I got a bike, and I didn't know exactly where he rode his bike to work, but he said, I figured it out and kind of went on the same path. And he said, one day I literally was on my bike, and I rolled up next to him as the guy is bicycling, and I said, hey, my name is, so-so, will you help me, and so on and so forth. And the guy was like flattered. He was like, oh, this is funny that you found me on a bike and all this. And he said, you know what, I would love to help you, but I just don't have time. Right? So he was rejected. So he's 1 for 2. You will be rejected in finding a mentor. But what's the reward? Well, Mark Zuckerberg needed a mentor. Bill Gates needed a mentor. Warren Buffett had Benjamin Graham as a mentor. If all these great people with 155 IQs, 160 IQs, most people don't realize that Albert Einstein had a mentor. Every Thursday, he would go to dinner with a mathematician when he was and his family when he was a young boy. Albert Einstein needed a mentor. You're talking a man of immense brain power. And still, he was humble enough to go, I need a mentor. I've compiled a list of people with mentors. It's almost every single person that ever does anything. I'm reading Mahatma Gandhi's book, his autobiography, the humanitarian, the guy who set India free from colonial rule. And it's interesting, right in the middle of the book, he said, I went back to India because I believe in the guru. And the guru is another way to say mentor. He wanted to find somebody that he could be under. He said, I love that sentence. That was his literal word. I believe in the guru. And, Mahatma Gandhi changed the world as much as almost anybody has in the last 10,000 years. So again, my question to you is, are you humble enough to embrace this stuff? Because this advisory stuff, I meet people that are like, the other day I was at the Mondrian Hotel and I met this guy, and he was just so cocky, I remember. And he's done well. Probably made, $10, $20 million business that he sold when he was young. But I was just thinking, man, compared to who are you doing so well? I have a friend, like I said, he's making $1 million a day. And the smart thing about my friend that makes $1 million a day is he always goes places where he's not the biggest dog out there. So he was at this conference a couple months ago, and he texted me, and he's like, man, I'm so far behind. And I was like, why? And he's like, I'm at dinner with Sergey Brin, that's the guy who started Google, and this Korean guy who's 30 years old and worth $4 billion. So my friend started a $1 billion company, but even he is surrounding himself with people 10 to 20 years. I use this rule, and you can use this with this mentor and advisory board. It's called the law of 33%, okay? 33% of your day should be spent around people below you in terms of what they've accomplished. Those are people you can help, right? They also help you to have high self-esteem, because if you're around some people that you've done better, you feel good about yourself, right? You don't need to look down on them, but that's just a natural result, all right? Number two, you need to have 33% around people that are on your level, because these are the people that will become your true friends. Like attracts like. In terms of friends that you share life together with and you go to the movies with and all that kind of stuff and travel with, they need to be on your level. That's 33%. But and most people do this, but this last 33% is where most of us get caught up. The last 33% of your time must be with people who are 10, 20 years ahead of you, and they must make you feel uncomfortable. If you feel completely comfortable around them, that is a good sign they are not far enough ahead of you. I remember when I was like 19 or 20, I was with these 5 business guys. They were literally 50 years old, and I was 20. And some of them were mentors and friends of the mentors. And they went on this, they were all married, and they're like, oh, we have a weekend off, and they rented a cabin, and they just went out hunting. It was like in Mississippi. They went hunting, and they're like, hey, you want to come with? So I went with. And one night I remember they were all sitting around in the cabin, outside the cabin, and they had a fire going, and they were just talking and drinking beers. And they were normally nice guys, but I think they all drank a little bit too much, and I was like the young guy there, so they started picking on me, and they were all investors and multimillionaires, and they were like, hey, Ty, they asked some financial question, like EBITDA or something like that. What's the EBITDA of your company? And I was like, I don't know what that means. And I remember they picked on me and laughed at me so hard. I mean, I don't cry maybe once every 5 years. I literally remember they did it for like an hour. Like I said, they were drunk, and normally they're nice, and they just picked on me, and they're like, you're never going to be anything, man, until you know this stuff. You don't know ROI, you don't know IRR, you don't know EBITDA, blah, and there was just all this pain. But you know what? From that pain, I said, never again. They prodded me. I'm getting my NASM personal trainer license, and when you're doing personal trainer, what do you learn? How does muscle grow? It has to be hypertrophy. I think I'm pronouncing that right. What that means is there must be burn when you're lifting weights. If my grandma has 1 pound weights, if you and I lift 1 pound weights, we will not grow any muscle. It must be to the point of failure. It must burn so hard that the next day while you're sleeping, your muscles are breaking down and rebuilding stronger and stronger. And it's great and important to have a six-pack for your stomach and to have muscles. But you know what's more important is to have a six-pack brain. And the way you're going to get a six-pack brain is to feel the burn when you're around some people. If they're saying things and you know what they're saying all the time and you understand the vocabulary, they're not high enough level. You need to be around people you don't quite understand what they're talking about. And most people are too afraid to do that. They surround themselves with people on their level or below them. In the recipe that I'm giving today in this talk to get to $10 million or more, you must embrace the burn. If you ever study Arnold Schwarzenegger, he had a great book back in the or a movie back in the late 1970s. I think it was Stay Hungry or something. And there's this scene where he's being videotaped, and he's like, and they're like, what do you, how do you stand the burn of, and he's like, oh man, I love the burn. The burn is like better than the orgasm. He had like tricked his brain into loving pushing himself. And you got to do the same thing in your mind. When you change your mentality towards loving it, then this idea of board of advisors and mentors becomes exciting. There's this internet marketing guy that I know, a friend of mine here in LA. And I just see, he's doing well in his business. To me, as an investor, I would never invest in him because he's making a couple $1 million a year, but he's too proud to go any further. He's stuck. If you bring up an idea he hasn't heard, you see the wall go up. And I'm like, why, man? The humblest businessman known to mankind was probably Sam Walton. Again, going back to this Walmart guy, learn from the best. Now, some people go, well, I'm humble, or you might think you're humble. And I find most humans and most business people are outwardly humble. They'll say humble things. They're like, yeah, I'm not the best. I'm learning, da-da-da-da. But all you got to do, forget what people say. Talk is cheap. Watch their actions. So I'm going to ask you, all of us on this call, let's judge ourselves against Sam Walton, okay? We'll do the test of which of us are more humble when it comes to business. So Sam Walton, every single day of his life, he got on he had a little airplane, not a private jet, just a little prop job airplane. So he has this airplane, and he said basically every day of my career, this is even when he was a billionaire, before he was a billionaire and after, he would fly around America, land, and go to a grocery store, a department store, a little mom-and-pop hardware store, and he would walk through it. You know why? Because he said, I was learning. He had a little notepad and an audio recorder, and he would take down notes. He was saying that even though I own the biggest store in the world, other people are smarter than me. They know one thing that I don't know. And he didn't just say it by going, yeah, I'm humble, and give lip service. He actually devoted his time to that, to do that. There's one of my favorite Sam Walton stories. It's such a funny story. After Sam Walton was huge, billionaire, billion-dollar stores and all this, these 10 Brazilian guys bought a Brazilian supermarkets, a chain. So they decided they wanted to learn from Americans. So they wrote the top 10 American CEOs who owned stores, department stores, the head of Kmart and, all these different ones, including Sam Walton. And they said, could we come to America and just take you out to dinner and just learn from you, okay? They were just asking for, Brazil. So none of the 10 CEOs, none of them wrote back except the one guy, the richest of them all. Sam Walton wrote back and he said, sure, come to Bentonville, Arkansas, and we'll have dinner. So these Brazilians flew into this little airport in the middle of nowhere in Arkansas, and they landed, and there was this pickup truck with a dog waiting outside for them with an old guy, and they walked up to him and said, are you here to take us to meet Sam Walton? And the old man said, no, I am Sam Walton. He picked him up at the airport, and he said, jump in my truck, and they got in the truck, and he had his dog in there, and he drove him. Instead of taking him out to eat, he's a down-to-earth guy. He took him to his house to eat dinner and with his family. So he's there, and the dinner's going, and these Brazilian guys, of course, have a list of questions. They're going to meet the best guy. They're going to ask him for his advice on running their Brazilian stores. And after a few hours, they realized something else was happening. Sam Walton was asking them questions, and more, and slowly he was building up and asking a little more intense questions, and more, and more, and more. And finally, 2 hours into the dinner, these Brazilian guys realized, wait a second. Remember I told you this saying, if you don't know who the sucker is at a table, you're the sucker? They didn't realize. Sam Walton hadn't agreed to meet them because he was going to give them advice. He was getting advice from them. The billionaire was begging to get advice from these guys. And that's why Sam Walton made $150 billion. And that's why you and I have less money than Sam Walton. A lot less money. Trust me. As The Art of War says, the ancient book that's still the most read business book there is, Sun Tzu says if you know yourself but not your enemy, For every step forward, every victory you win, you'll lose one. And that's most of us. We've won some battles, yet lost some. Sam Walton didn't really lose ever. That's why he made $150 billion. You must reduce the amount of mistakes you make, and the best way to start is humility, and that's why I spend so much time on this advisory. You must have a massive advisory and research and education budget, both time-wise and money-wise. If Sam Walton needed it, you and I definitely need it. All right? You need that attitude. I call it the Robin Hood attitude. Take from the rich and give to the poor. Who's the poor? Us. Our brain is poor. There's always someone smarter. Let's find the smarter person like Sam Walton. Let's spend every day. You know, people come to me and go, oh, my business. And I'm like, well, every day do you spend an hour studying your competitors, or are you too proud? Have you already figured out what they did wrong on their dime without wasting your time? Learn from them. You must do the same thing. A mentor will help you with this. All right, so that's the second part of this advisory. We're going to keep moving on. And the last one, paid consultants. Always have paid consultants in your business. Always. Why? Well, like The Art of War says, he used spies. Sun Tzu, the author, he was the king of using spies. Now, you don't want to literally use spies because that's illegal. You don't need to use spies. A paid consultant is somebody who's in your industry, who consults with different businesses, who understands the competitive landscape. He knows what, and going back, my last thing on Sam Walton, 1945 he starts the stores. But it wasn't Walmart. It was just like little stores. 1965 or 67, he still only has 2 Walmarts and 20 stores. He's making, I think, $20 million in revenue. Not that much, right? This is 20 years after he started. What was the key component that turned it all around, that changed everything? Well, he hired 8 guys, or 6 guys, I think, to come in. They were consultants that had worked for the top companies, Kmart, all competitors, Woolworths, whatever, different companies. He hired them, and he said they came and ripped my whole business apart. He said, I thought I knew what I was doing, but he said they came in and were like, you got your pricing all wrong, your displays all wrong, you're showing the aisles all, width is all wrong, blah, 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 and they just tore him a new one. And he said, my tendency, I almost resisted and fought back. I almost let my pride count. But instead, he listened and he restructured his whole business based on them, and that is what created the beast of a business that you and I know. A few years later, he went public. A few years after that, he was the richest man in America. He went 20 years stuck until that key turning point. Once again, who are the people you brought in? And good people oftentimes have to be paid, right? When I invested in 2006 in a whole bunch of online dating sites. And years before, I had learned a hard lesson. I had invested in a business, and we needed computer programmers. I didn't know much about it, and I didn't hire a consultant. I didn't research much. I looked around a little bit. I found this company out of India that did the computer programming. They said, Ty, we're going to give you 6 programmers. It's going to be like $15,000 or $18,000 a month. You're going to pay us, and we're going to build out your business for you. So I did. 3 months, 6 months, still wasn't quite done. 12 months. Turns out these guys were basically crooks, right? They never were even doing the work, and I didn't know enough about programming back then, and I lost $180,000. I remember. I added it up. $180,000 I wasted. Okay? Now, years later, a couple years after that, I started to start online dating or invest with 5 of us in some online dating stuff. What's the first thing I did? This is before I had any investment money. And this was a lot of money for me back then. I found the number 1 consultant in America. His name is David Evans. And I hired him. I paid him, I think, $25,000 or something. He flew down just for a weekend. He flew down to North Carolina. We paid him. And he just gave me one piece of advice that I remember. He said, well, he made one introduction to this one guy, Rob. Said, let this guy do the programming. And boy, to this day, I still use that program. So instead of wasting 1 year like I had before and wasting $180,000, but I didn't have to pay for a consultant, right? I was like, I'm not going to buy a consultant. I'm going to do it my way. But I wasted a year and $180,000 that way. Then I learned quick. and I was like, let me pay someone up front. I don't remember. It might have been 15, 20. It was a lot of money for me just to write a check for one day for a guy to come. But he set me on the right path. I saved years and hundreds of thousands of dollars. That has to be your attitude. Those are your spies, quote unquote. Those are the people that keep you from making big mistakes, and you usually have to pay them. Okay? All right. So let's keep going. And again, if you're just coming into this, in the question and answer sections, any questions that you have, just keep putting them in here. Some of you are private message me stuff too. So, all right. Let's see. Where do we want to go from here? Let's go. Okay. Let's do some specifics. Pricing. All right. Let's talk on pricing. I really focus on this a lot because some of you have heard this before. It doesn't matter. I want to pound away on this specific subject because it's so important. If you're a business owner, you're already making $1 million a year, okay, or getting close to it, maybe more. My question to you is, how sophisticated are you with your pricing? How sophisticated is your pricing structure? Is it really, really sophisticated or kind of sophisticated? Okay? Now, what's my definition of sophistication? Well, let me just tell you a story, and I'll tell you a sophisticated person that I know. My friend, I was out at Kitchen 24. It's a little local cafe here late one night. And like I said, he owns a business that's doing roughly about $300 million a year in revenue. Young guy. 5 years. 5 years ago, they were making zero money. Now they're doing $300 million. So I started talking about how he figured out it's a monthly charge that he charges. And I was like, how'd you come up with this price? And he said, Ty, I've done more research on how to price things than anybody in the world. He goes, I could write a paper for Harvard, and it would be better than anything that their professors. And he began to talk for 2 hours on the pricing frontier, on the optimization of pricing, on the complex split testing that he did. And I realized this guy deserves to make $1 million a day because he's more sophisticated with his pricing structure. Now, why do I focus on pricing structure? A lot of you say, well, for me to get my business to $10 million a year, I need to focus on things like growing my revenue, bringing in new customers, advertisement. Well, there's a great book called Smart Pricing by 2 Wharton professors. I recommend you have it on your bookshelf as a reference book, Smart Pricing. You can get it on Amazon. I don't know how much it costs. Pretty cheap. It's a little thin book. You can literally read it in a couple days. Here's what they found. They said if you optimize and get better at selling more, okay, if you sell 10% more of your stuff, they said the bottom line into your pocket, the net profit into your pocket, is maybe 3%, maybe 4%. So you optimize by 10%, but all that money does not go into your pocket. Why? Well, think about it. You have expenses for every unit you sell. You have more customer support. You have, credit card processing, whatever that is. So it's not pure profit. So they said, then what's the other way that people try to make more money? Well, they try to cut costs. So maybe that's you. Maybe you're the kind of guy in business, you're good at keeping costs down. You're good at, keeping your fix down. Maybe we're like Tim Ferriss, you're traveling around the world and you're in Argentina and you're all this and you're saving money by outsourcing, delegating, blah, 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 blah. Great. They said for every 10% you optimize by cutting costs in your business, you'll have 5% more money in your bank account, in your net. But, and here's the holy grail, they said for every 10% optimization of pricing, you'll make 15% more in your pocket. It's exponential. It goes up. Why? Well, let's think about it this way. Last time you were on an airplane, before I ask about the airplane, what's the ideal price you should be charging your customers? What's the ideal? Okay, and I'm not saying you can do this, but you always want to know the ideal. Let me tell you what the ideal is. The ideal is the maximum amount everyone would pay, and losing nobody. 100% of people who visit your store, if 100% of people bought something, you'd be doing great. The problem is we use price tags in America, right? So price tag, and everywhere in the world, some people walk into your store, they look at your, I don't know, whatever it is you have. Let's say you're selling shoes, like Zappos guy. So they walk in their store, they're on your website to buy some shoes, and it's $100 for that pair of shoes. Well, some people only have $80 in their bank account. So guess what? You lost those people. Even if they want to buy, even if you're the best marketing person in the world, they don't have $100. It's not there. Impossible. The credit card would decline. Okay. And the other problem is there's people who come in that love those pair of shoes so much they would have paid $300, but you only charge them $100. So they buy them for $100, but they would have given you $200 more bucks. They love them. So that's what sucks about modern pricing. That's the problem about pricing. We lose some people who simply don't have enough money, and some people who would have given us more, we lose because what? We show them a lower price. So what's the solution? Well, think about the last time you were on an airplane. You ever ask the person next to you on your right-hand side and your left-hand side how much they paid for their ticket? Do you think they paid the same amount of money? The answer is no. If you go on Orbitz or Expedia or Kayak or wherever you buy your tickets online, it changes literally day to day. If you try to buy a ticket 1 hour before the cutoff, before the flight, you might get a very, very low price, or sometimes you'll get a very, very high price. The airlines should be the model that you use in terms of the level of sophistication that they have with pricing. Now, not all of our businesses and not all of you listening are going to be able to do exactly price-sensitive, time-sensitive stuff. I understand that. But all of us can become more sophisticated with how they price. Let's take another example. Maybe you can't, because what the airlines do is they basically calculate it, okay? They calculate who is desperate and who is not desperate. I bet you I don't know this for a fact, but my guess is that they calculate where you're going, and they probably have an idea if you're going from this place to that place that you may be more wealthy or more poor, and they adjust the prices accordingly. Sorry, let me get some water here. I'm not sure how they get around some of the laws about discriminating. I guess they're not discriminating based on gender or race or anything like that, so I guess they can do that. But in the same way, you must become more sophisticated. Like my friend could talk to me at a cafe for 2.5 hours about all his pricing studies. You must be the same. Now, some people go, Ty, that's too much work. Well, let me tell you a personal, horrible story, something that happened to me in my life that I regret every day. So years ago, I started a company, and we did what most people did. We decided to price it based kind of on what our competitors. I was a little bit smart, and I was like, you know what? Let me price it a little bit higher than normal, so I did that. So we were a little bit sophisticated. On a scale of 1 to 10 of sophistication and pricing, we weren't a 0. We had done some testing. We were like a 4. Well, as I learned more and more about business, this was a while back, years ago, I began to become more sophisticated. And I developed a test. I was like, let me build a sophisticated test to find out what's the best way to actually price this. So I did a test. I ran a test for 6 months showing a certain percentage of people one pricing structure and another half of customers the other pricing structure. Guess what the results were? They were horrific. They made me depressed. I still think about it to this day. The new test I did revealed a much better way to have priced. Now, I'd already gone 3 years pricing it the old way before I learned this. So how much more money would I have made if I had learned this faster? How much more money did I leave on the table that people would have gladly paid? How much more money would be in my personal bank account or in a business bank account? The answer is $28 million. I left $28 million, and that's conservative, by the way. Conservative. It was probably a lot more. Just a calculator, and that's not my guess. Hardcore calculations. I left $28 million on the table. Who cares if I would have had to spend an extra week or two figuring out this test? You know, the problem is I wasn't humble enough. I wasn't searching enough. I wasn't asking enough questions. I wasn't reading enough books on pricing. How many of you have read a book on pricing ever in your business career? Have you read sophisticated books on pricing? Do you own? You should have business library? Do you have 3 or 4 books on pricing? If not, well, do you want to leave $28 million on the table? And put that in perspective. If I had made that $28 million, if I had been more humble and smarter and learned this principle faster, if I had invested $28 million, and let's say I invested it at 8%, okay, for the rest of my life, that 8% means every 9 years, 9 or 10 years, it doubles, okay, in value. 8%. Every 9 or 10 years, it doubles. So that means 10 years from that time, I would have had $56 million. 10 years after that, I would have had $110 million, $112 million. 10 years after that, I would have had $240 million. 10 years after that, it would have been how much? $500 million. So over 40 years, of course, it's not immediate, and you might not have been able to get 8% return. Just hypothetically, I might have left $500 million on the table. Do you want to be able to tell yourself that story? Well, if you're not sophisticated with pricing, I guarantee you already have. So, I know some people are saying, Ty, don't just tell me problems, tell me solutions. So let's talk about ways, practical ways you could immediately become more sophisticated and make more money and not leave millions of dollars on the table, because you won't get to 10 million fast, okay? The first answer is so simple that some of you are going to be like, I already know this. Test all the time. And run your tests for a while. Don't run them for a week. People run like, oh, I'm going to test $50 versus $100 for a week. Leave it up for a year. You don't need to show 50% of your traffic. That show 5%, show 10%. Okay? Now, the next thing is always figure out a way to continue to upsell, or I call this the law of ascending, going up. So, doesn't matter where you start the customer in the pricing structure. What I often recommend is it's kind of like dating, or like Voltaire said. You have to seduce and not conquer. So sometimes you need to show a very low price to people and then slowly over time move them up the pricing ladder. Think about one of the greatest pricing plays ever done by any company that I can think of. Taco Bell. Again, horrible food, bad for you, but great business model. My friend actually, him and his dad own all the Taco Bells here in Southern California. They own like 300 Taco Bells or something. So he always tells me Taco Bell stuff. And one of the great things about Taco Bell is years ago they figured out this 99-cent taco thing. Before that 99-cent taco thing, Taco Bell was not as big. That was really important in their growth, because think about what it did. It got people who had never used the product in the door, and of course, once you buy a 99-cent taco, then people buy $2 Pepsi. Actually, Pepsi Taco Bell is owned by Pepsi. And it's a big Kentucky Fried Chicken, Taco Bell, it's a big conglomerate that owns it because it's synergistic, right? The tacos get people in, you lose money on the tacos maybe at 99 cents. You don't make any money. It's the lost leader principle. Grocery stores around Thanksgiving, they sell turkeys for like 1 cent a pound because they know once you come in to get the turkey, they have a whole portfolio of other things to sell you, cranberry sauce and all this, and they make up for it. So in the same way, one of the simplest things after testing, you need to test a lot, and one of the things you can test is going really low with one entry point product that you have. Now, on the flip side, we talk about some people have a lot of money. You must have a very high-priced version of what you have, and it must be compelling. Some people are like, oh, I'm just going to have $1 million thing. It needs to be compelling, right? And it needs to be part of an ascension pricing model. Okay, that's the most basic. Now, the other thing you can do, especially if you have an internet business, is why not ask people more information when they first join? Give them a reason to join your site for free. And right there on the join, ask them specific questions about it so you can figure out how much money they have, right? And if they have more money, show them a different pricing funnel. Now, legally, you don't want to get in legal trouble. So you have to make the products different. You can't charge, Bob $10 because he's poor and then George $500 for the same thing. People are going to get mad and complain. So what you got to do, okay, is very simple. You make a $10 version, which doesn't have as many features, and that's for the guy who only has $10, and you add a few more features, you differentiate, and $500. Now, this all sounds like Basic 101, and this is basic. You can get completely sophisticated. Companies like Priceline have built up, and airlines have built extremely sophisticated. So you can go as far as you want with this. For those of you, on this call, I don't have time to go super advanced in pricing. I want to hit on it, and I want to change the mentality, and then, some of you can talk privately. Some of you, I want to mention this academy that I have. I know who's on this call. Some of you, I don't know. At least 20% of you should go into this purple belt level. So I have all these levels. For most of you on this call, you're not completely advanced. If you're completely starting out and never done a business your whole life, you could start out at a lower level like the white belt. But for most of you on this call, you're purple belt level, and you should be. I'm going to show a link. The purpose of this call is not to sell, but I'm going to put, some of you are asking me about this academy. I'm going to put the link up in a few minutes. I don't take that many people. It's this purple belt level, and we go into all this. It's a 4-month mini MBA, basically. Everything you need at the purple belt level. What is the purple belt level? Purple belt level is you've got a business up and going. You want to get beyond 7 figures, okay? That for some of you that are saying you just want to get to 6 figures, you should do like the yellow belt. A lot of you should do the purple belt. It's a 4-month curriculum. It's insane. So I'll put the link up in a little bit. Let's keep going through this educational stuff because there's a ton of stuff to get through. All right. Next thing I want to talk about, very important. Let's talk to the heart of the matter for business, right, which is content/product. All right? Content/product. Okay. Most people here, all of us, when we start a business, we always lead with the content, the product. Like we go, I'm going to sell hot donuts, right? So we're all infatuated with hot donuts and figuring out. Whatever your business is, let's go straight to it and go, to get to 10 figures, you must become more sophisticated, not just with your pricing, but also with your product, Now, I'm going to tell you the simplest thing that nobody will ever tell you. It's so simple. After I say, it's like a magic trick. Magic tricks, when you watch them, it's like, oh, my God, how did that guy do that? Once he tells you how he does it, so simple, you're like, oh, I already knew that. But you don't. Life is like a magic trick. Business is like a magic trick. Some of the things that you need to know are so obvious, but yet they'll take you 30 years to figure out. So let's talk about the basis of every significantly profitable business that you can ever name. This is what they do. All right. Write this down if you're writing down notes, or you can put this in the question and answer if that's a good place you want to keep your notes. All right. You must create something, one thing, that you can sell over and over again. Okay? So one thing, write that down. Next thing, over and over again, and over and over and over again. The next thing, without increasing costs. Okay, we're going to go through all these components. Boom. And next, that you can protect from eroding margins. That's it. You want to make $1 billion. The guy who started GoPro, I don't know how many years ago, I think just a couple years ago, $1 billion product. The guy who started that Greek yogurt line is now a billionaire. Sarah Blakely, who started Spanx, they're all following this exact principle. So let's go through the components, because you may think you know this, but the way I'm going to explain it is probably a little different than you've heard. So, one product. What do I mean? You have a core product. Think about Steve Jobs and Apple. The genius of him is he was always only pushing mainly one big thing. So it was the iPhone, it was the Mac for a while, then it was the iPod for a while, and then it was the iPhone for a while, and then it was the iPad, and now it's the whatever, the iPad mini or whatever next grade, or the next version of the iPhone, right? So primarily, there's a great book. Someone was asking me earlier today, text me, what's a good book to read for business? One of the great books to start with is Gary Keller's One Thing. He started Keller Williams, one of the biggest real estate companies, and he wrote a best-selling book, sold 1 million copies of this book, and it's One Thing, which I find is ironic, right? Because he sold a whole bunch of units of one thing. His book called One Thing, kind of funny. So for you, some of you listening are too scattered, way too scattered. What is the one thing? Is Steve Jobs, now, by the way, Sam Walton is one of the best businessmen But so was Apple and Steve Jobs. They also may beat Walmart to the first trillion-dollar company, right? Incredible amount of money that they make. Why? Let's learn from the best. Back, if you were on the very beginning of the call, law of 10%. We only do 10% of whoever we copy, so we might as well copy the ultimate best people. It takes the same amount of time to copy them than your buddy's, candy store down the street that makes $600,000 a year. And if you do 10% of it, you'll make $60,000. Let's copy Apple. Pablo Picasso, maybe the greatest artist of all time, or at least one of the most well-known. He said, good artists copy, great artists steal. Let's steal this line from the book of Apple. One primary thing we're selling. Now, over time, once we acquire a customer, once you buy something from Apple, then they sell you a whole bunch of other stuff. That's what we're talking about, the family line. But it starts with one thing. So, do you have one core product? Next, let's assume you do have one core product. Can you easily sell it over and over and over again? Okay. Now, what does that imply? That implies scalability. The problem with service businesses, which some of you want to start, is you can't do them over and over because there's only 24 hours a day. You know why the average doctor in America, people think doctors make a lot of money. Well, look it up. The average doctor in America makes, I think, $130,000 a year. More than average, but not that much more than average. $130,000 a year. You know why? Because he's selling his time for money, or her time for money. Same with a dentist. So a doctor can't work more than 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. He'll burn out. So there is a problem there in that business model. It's the treadmill model. So because the units, for every patient a doctor has to see, the cost is the same. It takes, for a 1 hour appointment, it always takes 1 hour with the patient. And if they're doing the same nurse expense. So it's a problem. Now, don't get me wrong. I hope there will always be doctors, and not everybody needs to be rich. I'm not, this is a business call, so I don't want people to get confused that my only priorities are money. But I like to be focused. When I'm talking about money, we're going to talk about money. When we're talking about saving the world, we're going to talk about saving the world. Okay, so we're talking now not about saving the world by being a doctor or humanitarian. We're talking about being profitable in business. So to do that thing, you don't like that doctor business model is a precarious one. If you're called and your destiny in life is to be a doctor because you're going to help the world, do it. Okay? If you are trying to make a scalable business that gets past $10 million, you're probably going to have a hard time doing it that way. That's the hard, cold facts of life. If I could change that, I would. Okay? But I can't. So can you sell units over and over and over of what you're selling and ideally have the cost go down? Think about Toyota. They build a factory. It costs them a lot of money. But once they have that factory going, each new car they build, the costs actually go down because they can buy more steel at lower prices. There's economies of scale. Does your business have economies of scale? If you're selling something online, that's one of the beautiful things about selling things online. The cost goes down. The cost goes down. So for you, if you have a business that every unit you sell, it's easier to sell more and more and more units, but it also goes down in cost. Absolutely vital, right? Absolutely vital. Hold on one second. I want to put this in here so some people are asking. All right, so next is this last thing. You hear this very little. Not many people talk about this. The prevention of the erosion of margins. You should wake up in a cold sweat every night, or not every night, but occasionally as a business owner, because you're worried about the erosion of profit margins. What do I mean by that? Well, Warren Buffett says, imagine your business is like a castle. It's your castle. The more successful and the more well-known your castle is going to be, guess what's going to happen? It's going to attract competitors. It's going to attract Vikings that are going to come try to storm and attack your castle. And you should expect that. You can't get mad about it. That's what's supposed to happen. So what do you have to do to keep people from storming your castle? Boy, you better build a moat around it. You better dig a trench, fill it with water, and fill it with crocodiles, and fill it with traps and fire, and make it wider and deeper every single day. Because if you don't, I get people that are like, God, you're not going to believe this. I'm making money, and this guy down that I actually know this guy, he used to work for me. He used to be my friend. He just copied me and is doing the same thing. Well, I'm like, well, welcome to planet Earth, my friend. That's how the world's not only how the world does work, it's supposed to be that way. That's evolution. That pushes us to continually be better and to push ourselves. It's supposed to be that way. I know people hate hearing that and are like, the world should be utopian and this is just because of capitalism. Maybe so, my friend. Maybe capitalism is the problem in the world. And if your calling is in life is to become the next Karl Marx and figure out some better solution to capitalism, I'm not a hater. I'm all for it. But until you solve that problem, I'm stuck in a capitalistic world. And the way capitalism works is it creates competition. You must embrace the competition. Remember what Sun Tzu says in The Art of War. If you know thyself, know yourself and your strengths, if you focus on yourself, and you know your enemy, which is the competition, right? If you know both of them, you don't have to fear even 100 battles. So there's a solution. There's a way to not even have to fear even the competitors, and they will come. And I will tell you, if nobody's coming after your business, that means you're not very successful. And Alan Nation used to tell me, he said, Ty, you can make about $1 million a year before you'll attract competition. Once you hit $1 million, and this point of this call, remember, is for people who wanted to get to $10 million and beyond. Once you hit it, boy, the dogs are going to come out. And you might as well just put food out for the dogs right now because they're going to come for you. And don't be surprised. Remember I said, if you're in a room, you don't know who the sucker is, you're the sucker. Well, if you want to be a sucker, be surprised by competition. You should have already planned for it 10 years before it comes because it will come. And it's a flattering thing. If it doesn't come for you, that means you probably suck in business or you're probably not making much money. So what do we do about it? You know, you may have heard that term, the moat. How do we stop the moat? Well, there's a lot of stuff. Some of the stuff I'm going to get into right now. Some of the stuff is the stuff that I talked about in the Purple Belt Academy. By the way, a couple of people asked how it works. The Purple Belt Academy is made up of 3 things. It's calls like these every other week. It is in-person seminar that I do that you can come to. I do 2 or 3 a year. You can pick the one you want to come to. It's an online set of library tools, everything that I know about business put into there. Amazing stuff you'll never get anywhere. And it's also, I throw in for unlimited access to me by email and also by text. I can't have unlimited access by phone. I don't even talk to anybody on the phone, even my friends. So text, email. Most important thing is the curriculum, a set guideline where you start here and you end there. It takes most people about 4 months to go through the Purple Belt. It's $2,500 a month. So it's just billed once. I don't do monthly billing. It's just $9,997. Some of you, that sounds like a ton of money. If it sounds like a ton of money, that means you shouldn't do it because you don't have enough money. You should do some of my lower belt stuff, like the white or yellow belt. But for those of you who already have a business, it's all. Oh, and by the way, it's completely guaranteed. So $10,000. If after 12 months you don't see that you've gotten. Well, I keep it super open-ended. Anybody who doesn't like it, you can get your money back. So it's completely guaranteed. I'll have my assistant put up the link to the button too. So if any of you want to click, you can see it shows right on the page. It'll say something like claim your spot or something like that. So if you're looking on the page, you should be able to see it in a minute or two. It'll pop up. Anyway, so let's go into some of the stuff that we cover in that Purple Belt. I'll do it right now, okay? So here's how it works. The moat in your business, which is around your product, which is that last part of the prevention of the erosion of margins. Oh, and by the way, my assistant told me to say, so on the page, if you click to reserve the spot, it shows $997 because that's just the deposit. And then some of you want to wire the money, okay? So, yeah. So That's important that people know, because some people will see, you'll see a page, it's only $1,000. That's just the deposit. Then if you want right after, we can charge the rest $9,000 on it immediately. Or if some of you want to send a check or wire the money, I don't really care. If somebody want to PayPal, just do the $1,000 deposit, and then my assistants will call you, and you can do the rest, okay? Because some of you were asking, asking about that. So back to what we're learning right now. Okay, so prevention, how do you do it? Well, there's three classic factors of tools of production. And these are old school. If you go into a textbook, economics textbook, you will see these tools. They are land, labor, and capital. So you must build your moat around those three classic factors of production: land, labor, capital. Without those, you are basically done, okay? Land, labor, capital. So what do I mean by that? Very simple. Land. Land will help the erosion of market, and I'm not talking about, this was written hundreds of years ago when people used to be farmers. By land, what I mean is the moat around your business that will protect you from competitors and the erosion of margins will come from positional advantages that you have. You know the old saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know? Well, think about actors. There was a guy, Nicolas Cage, famous actor. Sarah Silverman. You know what they have advantage-wise in terms of position over me and you if we wanted to become movie stars? Their family members are directors and producers. That's a land advantage that they have over us. You must figure out and build continually land advantages so that if somebody comes in and goes, ooh, I want to start a competitor business, they can't because they don't know the marketing people that you know. They don't have the advisory board that you have. They don't have the vendors that you can buy stuff from. They don't know the programmers that you don't know. They don't have the affiliates that you have. You must invest heavily into position. Make sure you're knowing the right people, because a competitor will have a harder time, because humans take a while to befriend other people. To actually build a real friendship takes years. I have business partners and alliances with other businesses that if anyone on this call wanted to come and compete with any of the businesses, the attitude you want to have is mine. I'm like, bring it on. I dare you. Some of the businesses I own, we have built so much walls around them. I'm like, I dare you to try to compete with me because you're going to lose a lot of money fast. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all. Okay? You must be able to say, I am not afraid, because I have so many people that are my partners, my friends. Remember, I learned this when I used to work for GE Capital. Most business is done on the golf course, not in the conference room. You can create an amazing proposal why people should buy from you, and it's great, and buy from me. And if somebody else, that one of the cognitive biases, liking and disliking, if they like your competitor better, they'll just buy from them, even if it's not as good a product. So invest in making people like you. People don't like to hear that. They're like, I should just love me for who I am. BS. It's a bunch of BS. Such moron. One thing all of you should know, and I don't mean this condescending, 99% of people in the world are morons. They're not morons deep down they're smart, but they're ruled by instinct. And if you understand evolutionary mismatch theory, it basically means the instincts that we have worked great 10,000 years ago when we lived with spears in caves and lions and tigers and saber-toothed tigers and mammoths. But in the modern world of 13 million people in my city, Los Angeles, and 7 billion people, most of our instincts are mismatched. Just think about sugar. You know why we all get fat easily? Because we evolved in an environment where being able to get fat easy was important. If you lived in Africa where there was no food half the year because it didn't rain, well, you needed to be able to get fat when there was food. So guess what? That worked great back then. That's the body you and I inherited from 10,000 years of generations of our ancestors. But when you get into America, where you have a grocery store and Skittles at every gas station, all of a sudden that instinct to gorge ourselves and eat more than we need, it becomes maladaptive. It becomes our worst enemy. And in the same way, the reason I say most of the people in the world are dumb, they're not really dumb. They might be smarter than me. But if you can be somebody who uses logic to go beyond your instinct, you'll be powerful. And one of the instincts that we all have when it comes going back to building a moat around your business, when it comes to building land advantages, we think people should just like us for who we are. And that worked a long time ago when we lived in the African savannah, but it doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work now. Now we have to prove ourselves to other people. You have to invest. And it might have always been that way. So it's very, very important that you invest in land advantages, positional, people you know, allies, okay? Because there will come a day when your competitor is going to jump in and you're going to have to rely on your allies to bring you, out of it, to bring you through, or else you're going to be done. Now, next, I said there's 3, land, labor, and capital. You're not literally going to build a moat around your business with water and alligators and sharks. You're going to build it with these tools. So the first one, land. Invest in who you know. The second one is labor. What do I mean by labor? That is skills. That is skills. And it's not just the skills of you that you have as a business owner. It's the skills that your team has. If you have not invested in building a complex training program for both yourself and your employees, you're opening yourself up for competitors who are going to come and blow by you. And God help you and I, 10 years from now, when all these kids who are 12, 13 years old right now, who know everything about computers, who grew up with an iPhone in their hand and do this and that, and who are looking at Mark Zuckerberg making money and their eyes are getting big and they're hungry, God help you and I when these kids get old enough to compete with us. Because we're going to be older and slower, and if we haven't done the things that you're hearing on this call, we're going to be wiped off the planet. Businesses, you can go, just never forget. I know a lot of businesses that go from making millions of dollars to zero. So even if you're making millions now, have a healthy dose of fear. Fear in the right context is valuable. And if you're not training your employees and yourself at the utmost high level so that you can always beat out your competitors when it comes to the labor and skill advantage that you have, you're begging people to come in and take over your business. Go out there and go crazy. And that's why I'm, happy that you guys are on this call. That's the training your employees. That's actually where this academy came from that I'm talking to you guys about having. Okay, that's actually where this Millionaire Mentor Academy comes. Only being taught by self-made millionaires, and I built it initially for my employees to go through because it's so basically, if you're hiring employees, the odds of you hiring somebody who's really good are very low unless you have a lot of money. Think about it. There's a problem. They call this adverse selection in insurance. It means the pool of people who want to work for you is automatically biased to be full of morons who can't figure out how to do it on their own. Remember, if they know how to do it on their own, they'd start their own business. That means you're already, when you look at the employee pool, and I don't mean this condescending, you're already dealing with people that are probably not super motivated and not super sharp, or else they would not be trying to apply for a job for you. So the best thing that I like to do to get around that and to build around labor skill advantages is to hire people, okay, who are just young or new to something, so new that they haven't even had a chance to think about doing it themselves. I don't like people that have, 20 years employees at another company and then come work for me, unless there are certain exceptions, it's okay. But in general, I like to find people who could be entrepreneurs themselves because I find those to be the sharpest, but they're too early in the stage, and then I train them. And then by training them, they have loyal to me. They have loyalty to me because I've helped them, and then we become more business partners versus employees. So for you, you must train not only and start with yourself, but in addition to yourself, train your employees. How do you do it? What's the simplest training program? If everyone on this call is not doing this, you better do everything you can to start immediately, or else if I was an investor, I'd bet against you. You must immediately get to minimum of a book a week that you're reading. A business book only. It does not count if you're reading fairy tale fiction. Are you reading a book a week? Next, if you're already reading a book a week, some of you are reading a book a month or less. The average American buys 17 books a year and reads like 2 of them. So that's like a book a month at best, the average person. You can't be average. You must have a labor advantage, a skill. You should be reading a book a week or related to business. Once you're at that level, keep going up the chain. You should be reading a book every 3 days. Every 3 days you should be. Now, some business books are small. Peter Drucker wrote a book called Managing Oneself. It's like 50 or 60 pages. You can read it at breakfast. You must devote an hour or 2 minimum. I was reading Benjamin Franklin. He said one of the ways he got wealthy was he devoted 2 hours a day to a library. You need a library. Like Jim Rohn says, why do rich people always have a library and poor people don't? There's a relationship there. There's a causal relationship. So, reading a book a day, that's the start. I recommend that every day you have at least 3 hours a day that are education related. 3 hours. So that can be composed of? Reading is one. Audiobooks are another. Make sure every time you're in a car. The only time I really recommend you listen to music, okay, because music is the biggest legal drug in the world. And, the way I look at music, if you don't know who the sucker is, you're the sucker. Rihanna is not the sucker. She's selling her music to people. It's the people listening to it all day that are the sucker. I think you listen to music when you're working out. If you're jogging or something and need something to get you going, I think you can listen to some music at certain times to meditate and kind of chill out. That's good. But people listen to way too much music. Replace that with audiobooks. I download this app called Bookmark, or you can buy them right online, audiobooks. I mean, every time you're in the car, I had jury duty. It was a horrible experience. I got stuck on a murder case, attempted murder for 40 days or something last year. And I was so depressed because I had so much to do, and I was literally I had to go to Burbank and back every day. It took me approximately a solid hour and a half, 45 minutes each way. But you know what? I went through a complete audiobook, an awesome one. It's called Snowball, about Warren Buffett. It's a huge book. It's like a 500-page book. And I was lucky enough to have that time and have heard someone told me, do audiobooks. So do the same. You can make use of all that time that you have. All right, next thing, super important when it comes to learning, YouTube videos. Whenever I am checking my email every day, doing my daily chores, we'll talk about that at some point, I love to just simply have what? Something playing in the background, a TED Talk playing. Whatever is relevant to your business. So let's say you want to open I'm working on a magazine. It's a new brand I'm launching called Grand Theory of Everything. What do I do with this Grand Theory of Everything? Well, I listen into everybody who's in the magazine business. Rupert Murdoch, Hugh Hefner, Felix Dennis. I have watched every YouTube that exists with them. YouTube is an awesome tool. Books are great, but it's also good to see visually. So you should be doing that in terms of every single day. And then I like to spend time in person with people far ahead of me. Now, we talked about this in the mentor, but let me add, one of the dangers for you as a business owner, if you have employees, one of the very dangerous things is that you end up spending all your time around employees. And remember, these are people that are, in general, when it comes to business, they're below you. They're working for you. So you got to figure out a way that you can get out of the office, get out. If you're at work from home, get out of there. Even if you have to go work for, one thing I've done in the past, find some amazing guy who owns a business, say, I'll do consulting in what I'm good at, and I'll charge you $1 a year. Just let me come into your office once a month and just spend an hour there working. And because then you learn. It's like fresh blood and fresh ideas into your brain. So you need to be getting out in person in a business setting with people. That's a good thing if you have a business partner. You can go and own separate businesses, go spend some time there. Don't be afraid. You can do some consulting or whatever it takes to get out. So that's going back to this thing, how do you build a moat around your business to prevent the erosion of margins? Because most of us, when it comes to product, we just think, how can we create a good product? That's not enough. You need a product that you can sell over and over at ideally ever-diminishing costs and at the same time preventing the erosion of profit margins. Because what happens, I will tell you, 2001, I was one of the first people to sell things online. 2001, I started selling. I worked for GE Capital, didn't know anybody, didn't have any contacts. I was living on commission, so I had to sell stuff. And I was like, oh, man, I was young. I didn't have a college degree. I had no credentials. The odds of me making it in finance, selling stocks, investments, was very low because I didn't know anybody. So I was desperate, and I came across this internet article or online thing that I bought, an educational course. I remember it was very expensive for me at the time. It was like $197. And I had no money. I had like $45 in my bank account at that point. And I had gotten this job. Maybe I had a little. I think I literally had like $100, $200. Somehow I scrapped the money together. I bought this course. Some of you might remember this guy named Corey Rudel. And he was selling a book online on how to buy cars. Car Secrets Revealed, it was called. Now, since, unfortunately, Corey Rudel had died in a car accident down in San Diego 6 or 7 years ago, racing a Porsche around, kind of like Paul Walker. And that's why I tell people, be careful. When you get an expensive car, when you start making money, be careful. I bought a Ferrari, and I almost killed myself. That's why I don't have it anymore. Got rid of it. I was on the 101, and I was trying to show off to a girl, and it's too fast. So, anyway, that's a sidetrack. Back to this thing. So, it's 2001, have no money. I buy this Corey Rudel thing, and he says, hey, here's how you can sell things online. So I was like, I wonder if this will work for financial stuff. Everyone at GE Capital was doing it the old-fashioned way, getting networking and meeting people one-on-one and all this. And I was like, let me try. Well, it worked so well. Google AdWords, the advertising thing, started in February 2001. I started using Google AdWords in March 2001 in the first 30 days. I didn't even know it came out. I just happened coincidentally to do it. And it worked so well that the CEO of GE Financial called me from Atlanta. His name was John McGilchrist. And he was like, what in the world are you doing, man? The average person at that point, the average person working for GE Financial was selling probably I think $2,000 or $3,000 a week worth of commissions, right? That first week, when I learned this, I sold, I think, $43,000. I eventually was the number 2 person in all of the United States selling for GE Financial. Not because I was so great, but because I was hungry and I learned how to leverage this stuff online, right? All right. So going back to, what we're talking about in terms of labor, once again, that labor advantage, that was a positional advantage, and it was also the things that I knew, right? That must be how you describe yourself. You need to be also at the cutting edge because, and what I want to get to in that story, is the erosion of margins will kill you because back then, when I started in 2001, in March of 2001, for me to buy a click on Google AdWords for something related to finance cost me about 50 cents. 50 cents. So I knew if 10 people clicked, one of them would give me their phone number and I could call them, right? So at that point, and then a certain percentage of them I could sell and close a deal. So back then, 2001, before the erosion of margin kicked in, I was making $1,500 gross on every sale, and it was costing me $100 in marketing money. Good numbers, right? Spend $100, make $1,500. You can get rich doing that, right? So I was chugging away, and that was one of the ways that I started making some money. Now, guess what happened today, this year? If you want to buy that same advertising click for a financial term on Google AdWords, $16. So that means today, to do that same sale of $1,500 costs almost $1,000 or $1,200. You still make a little profit, but man, I used to make 90% profit margins. Now it's 10% profit margin. That's the erosion of margins, and it happens. Seth Godin in Purple Cow, he says in the world we live in now, you could expect the erosion of margins to happen in 3 to 5 years in almost any business you get into. I got a friend, Phil, one of the top business guys I know, owns one of the largest video game networks in the world. Incredible businessman. And he's one of the number one Google buyers of traffic, and he's just a genius guy. He told me, Ty, I've never figured out how to do anything that makes an incredible amount of money at high profit margins for more than 3 to 5 years, because someone else always comes in and starts advertising against me and lowering the price against me. That's the price war. If you look at countries like China where they have these incredible pricing wars, it's so cutthroat. Luckily, America is not quite as much bad, but point being, there's incredible chance that the erosion of margins are going to affect you. So it affected me. Instead of spending, what did I say? It was like 50 cents. It would now cost $15. I don't advertise in that same thing anymore. It's not even realistic. I don't want to spend $16 a click. So it will happen to you. So the last of these three, we talk about land, which is building who you know, labor, building massive skills for you and your team, which includes creating a training program. Some of you, by the way, this purple belt, you may want to use for your employees. Okay? If you want to add an employee in there, we'll actually do discounts if you as a business owner want to bring. So it's $2,500 a month for you to do this mini MBA program, learning all this stuff. I mean, I've done this for people, all around the world, working with a guy who's one thing he learned in this mini MBA, he makes an extra $200,000 a month profit. $2.5 million a year he makes. So I've seen incredible. I mean, I'm working with a guy jumped from making $100,000 a month to $280,000 a month learning this stuff. So if you're in a business, this $2,500 a month is nothing. It's tax deductible. It's fully guaranteed. About 20% of you on this call should be in that. I see some of you actually already joined up in it. So I don't want to take too many people. And like I say, on this call, only on this call like this will I offer that I throw in. So I throw in that ticket to the live seminar that I usually charge. If you look on my website, it's $1,500. I throw in access to all the other levels. So that's worth about $3,000. So you're getting an extra $4 or $5 grand worth of stuff. Plus, I throw in the texting, which is super valuable. People ask me questions. I'm not going to sit there and text with you all day, but if you have a critical business question, and you can text it and talk, it comes directly to me. So that's why I don't take that many people. So once it fills up, I like to take like 10 people a month, and I've done one other of these. I actually did a call yesterday. So I think we've got room for like 2 or 3 more people if you guys want to be in it. And then it opens up, later. It goes 4 months. So definitely, if any of you have any questions on that. So this last one, going back to what we were talking about, land, labor, and capital, okay? Very, very important that we understand the last one, which is capital, all right? What access do you have to capital? Now, Richard Branson, he has a great book. It's called, it's his autobiography. It's called Screw It, Let's Do It. And that's how he started Virgin Air, Virgin Records. And one of the things I was just reading, I've read it a few different times, and one of the things that just blew my mind, he tells the story, okay, of how he starts Virgin Music. Then he decides he bought an island before he had much money. He was a big believer in spending money even before he had it. So he bought this, and he bought this island, and on the way back there was a big storm, which is kind of crazy. So there's this huge storm, and he can't fly back, and he's stuck on an island with all these other guys. So he charters an airline just for himself to get off the island. It was really expensive. And he's like, you know what? Maybe these other people want to get off the island. So he offered tickets to everyone else that was stuck on the island. And that's where he got the idea. It was like, wait a sec, maybe I could get in the airline business. This is an awesome business. I can make money. So that's where he got the idea for Virgin Air, which is now one of the biggest airlines in the world. But at that time, Virgin Record, Virgin Music, that's where he was making all of his money. So he took the profits from one and started putting the other. But one horrible thing happened to him that basically nearly bankrupted his entire business. What happened was he had a loan, and a bank basically called the loan, and they said to him something like, we want all our money back, and we're allowed to do that. All the money they wanted back, which is pretty insane, okay? And it was, I think it was a couple $100 million. So he instantly had a capital issue. And he luckily had a lot of quote-unquote land advantage. He knew a lot of people. He got on the phone and was able to get that loan, get money. But it highlighted to him for the rest of his life the importance of having access to capital. And in the capitalistic game of capitalism in the Western world that we live in, and pretty much capitalism is now taken over everywhere, even places that are formerly or quote-unquote communist. Even China in some places, it's officially a communist place. In some measures, it's more capitalistic than even the United States. So, and same with Russia and all these countries. So, capitalism implies capital, and for whatever reason, most investors, most entrepreneurs, and maybe this is you, we discount the fact that we may need access to large amounts of capital, or we consider it too hard to get. It's not. It's like anything. I always teach this. You'll learn this if you're in my boot camp, the Millionaire Mentor Boot Camp, the white belt, the first level that everybody has to go through at least one point if they go into this academy, and it's not low-level stuff. Just because I call it white belt doesn't mean it's like unimportant. It's just I teach it in order. And one thing that white belt teaches is that the man on the moon principle. Man on the moon principle means in the last 10,000 years of human existence, what's been very, very, very difficult was figuring out how to get a human on the moon. I mean, immensely difficult. It took 10,000 years of accumulated science, minds like Einstein, Newton, Stephen Hawking. It took, advanced physics. It took a couple hundred PhDs that had spent 40 years learning about this stuff, working for NASA, billions of dollars, if not more. I don't even know how much it cost. But we figured it out. We did it. Human ingenuity and creativity provided the answer. Whenever you think something's hard in your business or your life, just compare it to putting someone on the moon, and you'll realize it's not that hard. It's not that hard. If governments were able to put someone on the moon, which is hard, you and I can figure out anything in our business. And one of those things I want to figure out right now is capital, right? How do you bring in capital? Well, let's talk about this. We're skipping. This is actually in a different talk, but I'm going to do it because some people were asking here. Infinite cash injection. You must develop a system, like Richard Branson learned, of continually having access to capital. Now, I have a friend who owns a publicly traded company in New York, and he raised $8 million. And I was out to dinner a couple years ago, and he goes, the funny thing is I raised $8 million from a company, and it's just all in the bank. I've never used a penny of it. He's never used a penny of it. So don't be afraid to have access to capital that you never use. Just because it's there doesn't mean you have to use it. In fact, if you're smart, you won't use it all. But just having it changes your mindset, makes you a little more likely to take the risks that you may need to take to grow your business. So what sources of capital do you have? If the answer is none, we need to change that. Now, how can you get capital? Obviously, the first way is you can just offer shares in your company. Some of you might not like that idea because you're like, well, I don't want to give up my baby, percentages in my baby. Well, that may be penny wise and dollar foolish. You may need to change that mentality. Or you could, if you have multiple products, you could break your products into different company ownership. So if you have 3 different products, you can have company LLC A own that, a little bit of it. LLC B own one product, and LLC C own the third product. And then you can just raise investment shares and give out shares and sell off shares in one of those 3. And that way you don't have to give up your own. That's a good creative trick that I teach in the academy. I get in that more in what I call infinite cash injection. All right, super important that you understand infinite cash injection. The second way you can do it is by debt. You can borrow money. Now, borrowing money is very tricky. I actually did a mentor tip, I think some of you have heard, where I talk about, debt. Now, it's not cut and dry. and this is why I said, remember, most people are morons. If you sit at a dinner table and ask people how you should raise capital, you get a million different answers. And people will say, never use debt. Debt is horrible. Debt is bad. Remember this way of thinking, because the most important thing that I can ever help with on this call, because you're not going to remember everything on this call. Nobody would. I don't even remember all the things I say on these calls. The most important thing, though, is understanding how to create a mental framework where you can think through any problem without making mistakes. So what you want to do is look for disconfirming evidence. That's what made Charles Darwin the greatest scientist possibly of all time, because he always tried to disprove his own theories. Think how much greater the world would be if everybody who was a hardcore Republican or a hardcore Democrat or a liberal or a conservative or a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew, what if we all looked to prove ourselves wrong? How much better would that world be? But instead, we fall prey to one of the 25 cognitive biases that I talked about earlier. One of them is called the certainty bias. Most of us try to cope with the uncertainty of life by just always being sure of ourselves. Like, well, you know, Republicans, right? And now we don't look for disconfirming evidence. So when you talk about debt in a business, a lot of people will give you very certain answers. Well, debt is bad. Well, okay. To prove that sentence wrong, all I would have to do is find an example where debt helped. So let's see if we can do that now. Has there ever been a person who borrowed money and then became wealthy and successful in business? So I'll just start off the list. Sam Walton, the best businessman of all time, if for sure the last 100 years, he borrowed money for each Walmart. Borrowed. He was heavily in debt. Donald Trump, heavily in debt. Michael Miller, I mean, you can go through the list of. Now, there's other guys that didn't use any debt, or women, like Sarah Blakely. She used no debt to build Spanx. So if you notice, there is no cut and dry answers, right? There's no cut and dry answers. Here's where I will tell you kind of the answer that I think is the closest to the truth as far as I understand it. You should only borrow money, or in general, you should only borrow money when you're sure you can deploy that cash at a higher rate than you're borrowing it. So if you're starting a brand new business, debt is very dangerous because if you're paying 10%, if you're paying 10%, let's say interest, if you don't have a tried and true way to make more than 10%, you're going to build a huge nightmare for yourself. Huge. So, very important that you are already sure. In general, I only recommend debt for people who have a tried and true method of deploying it. Sam Walton already knew the exact metrics on a Walmart store. He's like, if I start this Walmart store, I know I'll make for every dollar I spend, I'll make back X amount of dollars. He already knew it. He had already proven the business model. Debt makes more sense when the model's proven. If the model is not proven, you generally want to sell shares in your business. If you're concerned about selling shares in your business and giving up 100% and you want to own 100%, divide your business into two or three parts and just give off a percentage of one of those other parts, not the whole thing. Okay, now, the last way is even the most creative way. How else can you raise cash without giving up stocks or equity or borrowing money? Anybody know if you want to put it in here? I'll leave it, get some interaction going. Anybody want to you can private message me or text me, or you can put it in this question and answer on the page. Well, what's the third way? Well, while I wait here, okay, somebody said, yes, somebody said steal it, okay? Yes, that works until you get put in jail. So steal it is not a good way to get capital. Somebody put, okay, yes, true. Somebody put inherit it. That is definitely one. It reminds me of this girl that wrote me the other day, and she's like, hey, Ty, I get a ton. I get like now 100 emails a day or more. And she stood out because hers was like, Ty, I want to make a successful business. I want to make a lot of money, but I don't want to have to work, and I don't have to marry an old rich guy. So the other way you could do it is marry for money. I have a friend, a guy, Fred, he actually is always like, man, he was always telling me, I'm going to marry a rich girl. That's the answer to life. So that certainly is one. I'll tell you the one problem with inheriting lottery tickets or marriage, if you want to be unhappy and have money, that works very well. And I have learned, the old saying is definitely true. Money doesn't bring happiness. I think, again, that's a kind of a lie. There's a little truth and a little not truth. In general, your happiness stays the same whether you make money or don't make money. People who are unhappy poor are usually unhappy rich. But there's one time when when money will almost always bring unhappiness statistically. That's when you didn't earn it or it comes too fast. So that's why I always tell people, you should get rich relatively quick or try or make money relatively quick, but not too fast. There can be too slow. Like Colonel Sanders, who I love his story because at 65 years old, he had no money in the bank. He was living on a $100 Social Security check, basically had failed in business. He goes out on the road, he paints his car like a chicken, and he gets out on the road, and he asked 999 people to invest in him. They all said no. The 1,000th guy was a guy a businessman in Salt Lake City, Utah, who said, yes, I'll do it, and he started up Kentucky Fried Chicken. They started a store, and, of course, it became, one of the biggest businesses in the world. So that's a great story, but the sad part of the story, so money came slow to him. Like, it's 70 years old. Colonel Sanders is rich. The sad part of that story is, who wants to be rich at 90? Like, as Steve Jobs says, you don't want to be the richest man in the cemetery. So I tell people, the goal of life is not to become wealthy. The goal of life of business is to do your business destiny. And if you do it right and you follow some basic rules, the odds are over time you will accumulate wealth. And you don't want it to be too slow or too fast. Anyway, so back to this infinite cash injection. Somebody was suggesting steal it, not recommended. Someone else was saying marry it or inherit it. Those will bring you money but unhappiness. So one thing you can do is franchise. So if you've got a business you've already developed, it started to make some money, one of the cool things that you can do that I recommend is you can take it, you can put it into a manual, put it into a guide, and sell the rights to use it to other people. That's what franchises generally do. And you can even put your brand on it. So you can license it, which is a little different. Licensing you don't always have to put your brand on it. It's like a white label. They can do what they want with it. They're just buying the basic, maybe the software or the package on how to do it, the manual, the operations manual. That's like licensing. If you have a brand and you want to sell off the rights to use the brand, then you can do a franchise. Those work really well, and there are ways you can bring in money, and you don't have to borrow it or have any sales, and it's a way, or have any lose any shares, but have capital come in. Okay, so that is, if we're on this list, going back to the list. If you look at the second set of lists, there's a list of 12. Number 9 is finance. So we've been talking about capital. Capital is of utmost importance. Utmost important, all right? So next, I'm going to answer some questions that I see here. So a question, what if I'm selling a service? Selling a service. Here's the thing about selling services, because some of you are selling service. It can be a nightmare, all right? It's not always the world's greatest thing. Why? It's not easily. Remember we talked about to make a lot of money, what was the one rule that we said that's absolutely important? One of those rules that's absolutely important is you got to be able to sell a lot of units without the cost increasing unit by unit, right? And services is so hard to do that. So what I recommend, if you really love services, that's like the most important thing for you and your business. What I recommend that you do then is find a way that you can commoditize the service that you sell. Here's a good example of that. Great example of a commoditization of service. I have a friend and business partner. He started a company many of you have heard of called 99 Designs. So doing web design and design work is a service, right? Somebody has to literally draw all the stuff and map it all out, okay? So that's good. Do you know what the bad part of that is? The bad part is that if you're a designer, you can only work so much. It's kind of like the doctors, right? Like being a doctor. It's kind of a nightmare. So what I recommend that you do is something like Matt did. He basically became the middleman between two people, one selling a service and one buying a service. So if you like service businesses, don't think you always have to be the service provider. Being a middleman has made a lot of people rich in history, a lot of people. So we call that marketplace type businesses. So oftentimes you can turn your service business from pure service business, which is hard to sell multiple units at ever decreasing costs, and instead you can create a marketplace for other people to sell their services. Let them do the service business. You don't have to be the one. So that is my general answer. And if you are creative, there's a way to do that, all right, in any business you have. Somebody said, how do I figure my goal if I don't have a business yet? Let me touch on this, but I'm going to change the question because most of the people on this call are pretty advanced and already have businesses, so I want to be able to talk to both groups. I'm going to give you this general advice. If you have a business or don't have a business, I didn't have time to get into this, but I will now. In the content, which is number 1 on the second list, which is products, all right, one of the things you want to do, and if you already own a business, you want to tweak your business to do, focus on high appetite marketplaces. High appetite marketplaces. Do I think everyone needs to be in high appetite marketplaces? No. But if you have openness and you're just starting out, or you have a business model that you're maybe thinking of changing, well, if you want to change to a winning thing, start, okay, by changing to high appetite markets. What are the 4 high appetite markets? The simplest way to know what the 4 high appetite markets are is focus on the things that the government is always shutting down as scams. I'm not talking about you running a scam. I'm talking about look to the general industries that are so persuasive to people that the government has to often step in and stop shady people from selling in them. What is that? Well, think about the health market, weight loss market, pills. You know, the government has to step in, and I'm not saying that's good or bad. Let's say rightfully so. The government has to step in and stop unscrupulous, shady people from saying, take this one pill and you'll lose 30 pounds a month. Like, because it's false, but people are so interested in weight loss because it's such a pain point. I read like 30% of people in America are not just overweight, they're obese, like 60% or more. And I've traveled around the world. People like to think this is only an American thing. It's not. I mean, I was just in Sweden. You know, Sweden's known for having beautiful people, and it does, but people are getting fat. Like, I notice it. Maybe not when they're 18 or 19, but everywhere in the world is getting fatter and fatter. There's so much food and junky food available to us. So high appetite market, no pun intended, right, is health or weight loss. That's a high appetite market. So if you're in a business, maybe you could tweak your business and reposition it towards that high. And there's other things. I mean, another high appetite market that the government has to shut down. Selling, you know, real estate, how to get rich in real estate. Because so many people like the idea of making money in real estate, government's always stepping in and making rules. So things related to health supplements. Things related to love, that's a high appetite. You know, people, if you are lonely or you are heartbroken over someone you broke up with, boy, people really, really, really have a high appetite for solutions to those areas. That's why, you know, Match.com last year made something like $600 or $800 million. Why? Because when people don't have love, they were willing to spend for it. And even though my friend, I know the CEO of Match.com and Sam and the CEO of Match.com Europe, they're all great guys. But there's another company called Plenty of Fish that my friend owns, and my friend Marcus started. And it's a free dating site. So you would think, how can Match.com charge $40 a month and Plenty of Fish does it for free? Well, simple. Dating and love is such a high appetite product that even though there's places you can get it for free, people will still pay in the chance that maybe there's something better. So a lot of people have a profile on Plenty of Fish for free, but they'll also be like, well, love is so important to me. Let me put a profile on Match.com. And the average person has a dating profile on 3 sites. 3. You want to be in that kind of business where people are so obsessed with it, with a solution, that they're literally willing to go out and be on 3 sites and pay 3 different places. Another rule, so I gave you this rule of the government, right? Okay, that government has to regulate things. That's good markets in general that are high appetite. Other areas that are high appetite are, what I just said, are ones that are just natural instincts, like food, or love. Now, another one is where you see, and this is opposite of what most people think, because people come to me like, Kai, I've got the greatest idea. I'm like, why is it a great idea? They're like, because nobody ever did it before. Well, I'm like, that sometimes scares me. A business that nobody's done, that's a scary thing. I mean, sure, occasionally people like Twitter, companies like Twitter come along and do some brand new concept. That was kind of a novel idea no one had ever done. Sure. But you know what's more likely and makes more people rich? It's not coming up with a new idea. It's perfecting and building a better mousetrap. Friendster came out, I remember, in like 2000. This social network called Friendster. Some of you may remember it. My friend Dave Benfield showed it to me. I'll never forget. He's like, check this out. It's Friendster. You can write me messages and stuff. So I made a profile on Friendster. The guy who started that, I read that he almost committed suicide because in 30 years later, a couple years later, he had first been offered when it was popular $30 million, and he turned it down because he thought it would be worth more, and then it was worth 0. So he became like an alcoholic. I guess it's a sad story, right? So then what came after Friendster? Well, a couple of my friends here in L.A., I actually good buddies with them, they started MySpace. Tom and Ted and Mike, there was a whole bunch of roommates, and they started. My friend Michael Vincent, he was roommates with this guy, Tom from MySpace, right? I don't know Tom, but I know the other guys. And MySpace took the idea of Friendster and made it better. They added music and made it sexier. It was, so all of a sudden it was a better mousetrap. And they sold it, and so it got sold again, and eventually, it was like $500 million thing. It was huge, right? But then somebody else came along and perfected the mousetrap the 3rd time. The 3rd is the magical number almost always, and the 3rd one was what? The 3rd one was Mark Zuckerberg, where he goes, let me perfect one imperfection that I found in MySpace. MySpace had a privacy issue. Everybody and their brother could send you a friend request, and girls would get 500 weird guys writing them creepy messages, and so it was an Achilles heel that MySpace didn't think through. And Friendster did, and Facebook did, and they just perfected basically the privacy thing. That was the genius, that simple angle that they perfected, and of course, MySpace made $500 million, and Facebook made became valued, I think, at $100 billion. So for you, when you come to me and say, I got a brand new idea, Ty, I'm like, oh no, that's horrible. I don't want to hear about I don't want to hear about your brand new idea, unless once in a while there's Twitters, but most of the time brand new ideas mean what? They mean nobody wants them. Like if you came to me like, Ty, I got an idea, and the reason I know it's a great idea is because nobody's ever done it. And I'm like, what is it? It's like underwater basket weaving. I'm going to teach people how to do that. Like that oftentimes is not great news for me to hear. So another area that you will know if you are starting out a business or you already have a business but you want to make some modifications is move into marketplaces that other people are already in. Look where other smart people are going. Let me give you an example. McDonald's is this company, huge demand, huge monopoly, people think, but they don't. McDonald's makes like $20 billion, and the whole overall marketplace, okay, the overall marketplace for fast food is something like $200 billion. So even McDonald's only has like 10, 15% of the marketplace. So think about this. The guys who started Burger King, how rich did they get? And the people who started and the people who started Jack in the Box and all the other stores, right? They made money too. So very important that you're not afraid to go out in the markets, because that denotes what? That there's a lot of money being spent. I challenge some of you on this call to go after the things that other people are doing. Just have a little unique angle. My business partner, John, calls that the 5% tweak. Have a 5% tweak to it. All right, so let's move on. I've got a question here probably on something a little more advanced. For those of you advanced, this will help all of you, but let's talk about conversion funnels. Conversion funnels. How do you optimize and test for conversion? So what do I mean? I like to think of it simpler than just the word conversion. I always like to make things simpler. Even though, you might consider yourself a smart person, I might consider myself a smart person. Remember what I talked about, the bouncer of our brain? We need to make ideas more available even to our own brain. So conversion is a big multi-syllable word. I don't like to use multi-syllable words even for myself. I like to be able to break it down. So the way I like to think about it is what the one of the judges on Shark Tank, the guy who started FUBU, the clothing line, right? So what he says is many of us get a business idea. And he says people come to me trying to open a fashion line, and he goes, who's buying, like they want to open a T-shirt line. It's like, who's buying your T-shirts? Oh, man, all my friends bought a T-shirt and my mom bought a T-shirt, blah, blah, blah. He goes, well, don't get too excited, man. Don't go out and print 10,000 T-shirts because that means nothing. Conversion at its basic level is taking people who visit your site, who give you time of day, and moving them through to a place where they want to pull out their credit card or open their wallet. That's at its most basic level. Now, sometimes you want them to not buy something. You just want them to do something. How can you be compelling enough to make people do something? One of the first things that I learned in business is that if you're not selling enough, it's usually from one of two reasons. So this is how I like to start when I'm thinking about conversion funnels. And we're going to get into AA, BB, multivariate stuff, all this complex stuff for those of you really advanced. But always start simple and then move to advanced, even if you're a super smart person. And I've noticed this trend. I'm friends with some of the smartest people, lucky enough, in the world. A couple Nobel Prize winners. I remember 2 years ago I had dinner with a guy who basically the preeminent philosopher in the world, wrote 16 textbooks. Last month I had dinner with David Buss, considered the number one preeminent evolutionary psychologist. And what I've found with smart people is what I'm talking about, they do. They don't speak in huge multi-syllable words. The only people speaking in big multi-syllable words are people who are trying to show off. So as we think through this conversion funnel, instead of thinking of multivariate and AA, BB, and this, let's just break it down simpler, much simpler. What is it that makes things compelling? And I think that there's two things. Actually, let me step back. There's three things. I don't know if I'll have time to go into the third thing. Definitely for some of you, do this thing. So I see some of you already in the academy, already joined up. There's a couple of you I'm keeping my eye on. Do it. If you got to borrow $10,000, borrow it. And people go, why do you charge for this, Ty? And I do like Joel Salatin said. I'm like, Joel Salatin said, Ty, always give people 5 times more than they paid for, but always charge them money. Always charge them money. People have money. They waste it on stupid stuff. I waste it on stupid stuff. I remember. So I'm like, spend your money. Don't be penny wise and dollar foolish. So many people I know are penny wise and dollar foolish. For example, they'll think nothing about spending $200 or $300 on a pair of jeans. Or you go out to dinner, take a few people, $200 or $300. You know that according to the law of 72, which we were talking about, means that if you invest your money every 8 years, it's worth double. It's the same with expenses. So if you spend $200 today on a nice meal, it's Saturday, you go on a nice meal, you go out with your friends, you do this, you splurge a little, spend $200. Let's do the math on the cost, the real cost of that. if you invested it, I always say over 20 to 30 years, it's 6 times. So spending $200 on food, which you'll never get back, it's gone, it's in your stomach, that's $1,200 meal that you had in real dollars. And if you do it out further in your life, if you're a little bit younger, it's like a $3,000 meal. You know, the average American owns a $33,000 car. $33,000. That's just in car debt. $33,000. I just read that yesterday. $32,000 in debt. Now, what's the real cost of that? Not even counting the interest payment, 6 times that. When you go buy a $30,000 car, just know you are foregoing the opportunity cost to invest that money in something that's a real investment. That's $180,000 that you just spent on that car. You ready to spend $180,000 on a car? Like, I hope the answer is no for most people. Do you need to buy stuff? Yeah. But my question is, why are people sometimes slow to spend, like I did, $30,000 on Amazon? Because I will tell you this. The $30,000 I spent on Amazon, sure, I could have spent that money on something else, and over time, that cost me 6 times that, $180,000. But do you know how much money I will make from the knowledge in those $30,000 worth of book? I'll probably make $10 million. So don't be penny wise and dollar foolish. If you're going to be chintzy and stingy with your money, be stingy on all the stuff that Gordon Hazard, one of my first mentors, 95-year-old guy now. I think he was 80s when I knew him. He said to me, he said, Ty, never invest in anything that rust, rots, and depreciates. We were in a pickup truck. He was a big rancher and also one of the wealthiest people in the state of Mississippi. Very wealthy guy. In fact, one time he went to a bank, and the bank, it's like that classic story in like Iron Man. So he goes to the bank, him and his son, and I think they were going to borrow money or something, and the bank, they look like old country guys, and the bankers wouldn't give him any money, and they kind of insulted him. So he came back and bought the bank. He bought a bank and fired the people. This guy was a wealthy guy, and he told me, he said, you know, Ty, we were driving through his farms, and he owned thousands of acres and thousands of cows, and he had this old pickup truck, and it was two-toned, and he said, Ty, never invest in anything that rusts, rots, and depreciates. The only thing I invest in, 3 things. The only thing I got here, I got my old pickup truck, I got a hammer, and a crowbar. And he says, if times get tough, Ty, I'll sell the hammer. Everything else he had was invested in things that appreciate. Every day those cows ate grass and got a little bit heavier, and you sell them by the pound. So he's making money. Every day, those thousands of acres he owned, they went up in value. So when he bought that land, it wasn't a cost, it was an investment. When he bought the cows, it wasn't a cost, it was an investment. So for you, when I said this is $2,500 an MBA, mini MBA program, that's not a cost. That's an investment. You must think like an investor. There's 1,400 there's 1,400, I think, and 65 billionaires in the world today. I just read that, 1,465 billionaires. Out of those 1,465 billionaires, only 400 of them are self-made billionaires. Now, where did most of those 400 self-made guys and women make money? Interestingly, the largest category of them, 77 of them, made it as investors. That means the most correlated industry with money is being an investor. That's why I'm telling you, I don't care if you're just starting out in business or you're making $10 million today. When people ask you behind the scenes, when you're not trying to pitch your story, what you are, you should primarily say you're an investor. You're an investor. You should read books on investors. I don't care even if you don't invest in the stock market. The principles of investing are the most tried and true ways. And that investors I know never think about how much cost it is. They just think about the return. So if you're going to buy a $33,000 car like the average American, you should just go, what's the return? Maybe the return is high enough to justify the $33,000. But you should ask yourself, would a $5,000 car do the same? Would a $5,000 car, because then you got $27,000 or $28,000 or $29,000 that you can invest in things that don't rust, rot, and depreciate. Cars rust, rot, and depreciate. The best thing that you can invest in is knowledge. You should be spending thousands of dollars a year on Amazon. Thousands. My cousin went to college, went $80,000 in debt, which sounds great because it's like knowledge. Well, she, like most people, forgot to learn anything. They just partied their way through college or just can't pay attention or too young to care. That's a waste, right? Now, college can be worth it if you go, but investing, don't ever, this guy, I was at this conference a couple of weeks ago, Taki Moore, interesting Australian guy who makes millions of dollars, and he's a coach and coaches. The most interesting thing that happened while I was there, I met this guy at lunch named Romeo from Miami. And Romeo's like, yeah, I used to own this asbestos painting company in New Jersey, and I sold it, and I made all this money. I don't know how much money he made. He didn't say. I'm assuming $10, $20 million, whatever, right? And he's like, and I was bored, and I didn't know what to do there, so I noticed that all these houses I used to paint were owned by rich real estate investors. So I decided I'd get into real estate, but I didn't know anything. So what did I do? I went out, and I started taking every course, going to every seminar. He said I would go to these seminars, and they would sell, on a more expensive seminar later. And he's like, I bought always the most expensive one, $50,000. And he told me the story, and I remember going, Romeo, how much money did you spend on this? And he was like, $1 million. I spent $1 million cash on education. And I was like, was it worth it? And he's like, heck yeah, man. He's like, I'm like one of the top short sale real estate guys in the United States. I know how to do everything because I spent $1 million. I invested. Most people would have seen that as investment. I'm telling you, ask your friend, would you spend $1 million going to seminars? Most people are going to be like, no. But that's why your friends don't have a lot of money. People who invest in education and don't think twice about it make money. Now, obviously, I have carte blanche all my employees. Anytime we see something online, an educational thing, a book, they can buy it, So we buy everything we see. And so far, years and years, and I started that back in 2001 in my story, if you remember, with Corey Rudel. I bought that course. And to now, okay, I have only ever had one thing I bought that I didn't think was worth it. I remember this one weird call that I paid $100 to be on, and it was stupid. I think they had technical problems or something. But since then, I've bought 500 different educational things. All of them have been worth it. Even seminars I go to that aren't even specifically for me, I always get one thing that's 10 times more valuable than whatever I pay. So, on this Millionaire Mentor Academy, it's all taught by self-made millionaires. The only people I let in. It's 4-month curriculum, $2,500 a month. I've scoured the world for this information. You will never find it anywhere else. I'm not saying it's the only thing out there, but I know of nothing like what you're about to learn. All right? Plus getting access to this library that I'm building of the greatest business tools taught not just by me, but the top entrepreneurs that I know. And I've been lucky enough to know most of the best ones out there. I have a mastermind at my house once or twice a year, and I get, 100 of the top entrepreneurs, guys making literally billion-dollar companies. These are my friends, confidants, people that, the problem with teaching, one thing that I will tell you is a huge problem in the world is that the best people out there won't teach. Some of my business partners, they wouldn't come and give a seminar for $1 million. They're like, Ty, I don't want to train my competition. I've always had a different attitude because people helped me, and I always said years ago, I remember when I had no money, I was sleeping on my mom's couch. I had like $45, and I was like, God, if you help me, one day I'll help other people. And so, this is me, because this is not a big part of my income, right? So I don't do this to make a living. I own businesses. But this is important for me, and I like to price it what I think is fair, more than fair. If you don't make way more than your money, like I said, it's 100% guaranteed. So it's a no-brainer for any of you, I'm telling you. If you have the money or can get it, there's no better investment that I know of that you could have that's a return on your money. It's not a cost. I wish I could just pound that away. Anyway, so let's get back into split testing, all right? Because some of it I can get into, and some of it we get in super advanced in this system. So when you're doing your split testing, okay, you're keeping it to the simplest. I have a compelling story that won't just sell my mom and my friends on it, but people who never heard from me, never heard of me, will also buy from me. That's the key. I'm looking out here on Sunset Boulevard. I live in the Hollywood Hills. If I come down that hill people walking around, tourists down there. Could I tell them about my product and see visually, envision people going, heck yeah, what's your card? What's your website? That's conversion funnels. Now, what makes a compelling conversion funnel? Because a lot of people think it's where the buttons are and da-da-da. It's back to those 25 cognitive biases. We talked about the first one early on in this call, the availability bias, right? That's absolutely vital that you understand the availability bias. But there's 24 other ones. So at the basic level for a conversion funnel, if things aren't converting for you, meaning you're showing lots of people and telling lots of people about your business and nobody's buying, I want you to start with two things, two simple things, okay? Number one, I want you to start by focusing in on the most important cognitive bias of all, the most persuasive thing that exists. That's the reward bias, the reward bias. If you are not selling enough of what you have, if the conversion funnel is not working, people are hitting your website or walking in your store and not buying, you are not promising enough. So you got to live up to the promise, but you have to make sure you promise. At some level, you can be understated and humble, but at another level, you have to promise people what they're going to get. Now, different businesses promise different things. For example, Walmart, what does Walmart promise? They promise it's easy, right? They promise that it's super easy, A. B, they promise that basically it's the lowest price out there, and they live up to it. Now, that might not be a promise of your business, but if you make a compelling promise, McDonald's, what do they promise? Cheap fast food that your kids will eat, unfortunately. I'm very anti-McDonald's food. I think they're poisoning the world. But again, I learned, like Sun Tzu said, he who knows himself and knows his enemy. So maybe in a way, McDonald's to me is the enemy of what's good in the world, but you better know your enemy. Some people are like, I don't want to hear about McDonald's. I hate McDonald's. Well, hello. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. If you hate McDonald's, is a compelling reason you should know more about McDonald's than any other store, because they've done some things right. They've done some things very right. And one of the things they did very, 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 very right is go high on the reward bias. You know why they use so much salt and fat and sugar? There's a great book called that exact name. I'm looking at it on my bookshelf. It's called, where is it here? Salt, Sugar, Fat by Michael Moss, the Pulitzer Prize guy. Amazing book about how the food industry has manipulated taste buds to the bliss point, all these crazy terms. When you grab a Snickers bar or a McDonald's Big Mac, it's literally addictive. They scientifically, it is addictive if they had your brain on a brain scanner. That's upping the reward. They've upped the reward. So is your business, is your conversion funnel something that's addicting? If not, make it more addicting in a good way. And don't sell junky food. Just make sure you live up to it. That's why, like in the Millionaire Mentor Academy, I'm like, I not only promise, but I have a written guarantee that if you spend, it's the $10,000. If you spend that, I guarantee you'll get your money worth, or you can get it back. That's another way. Up your conversion guarantee. Just stand behind it. If it's good, be like, this thing's going to make you way more. This is going to be the foundation of your business. If you want to get to $10 million, this is what you want to do. Okay? That's me upping the promise. You need to do the same with your business. If you can't stand behind it, then don't do it. Move on to a different product. So we got to increase the reward, because just think of this. In a business, in the world, what's the most compelling thing that exists? The thing that people will die for, commit suicide for, kill their own child for, like in history. What is that thing? And I don't want to be controversial, and I'm just going to go factual, okay, so nobody get offended by it. Because I'm not talking about your specific one. I'm just saying in general. Religion, right? Religion. People have done more crazy things in the name of religion than anything. I think we'd all agree on that, right? People will blow themselves up for religion. They'll go to war for religion. They will sacrifice their own family for religion. Now, why does religion work so well? Why is it so persuasive? Well, at the heart of all persuasive religions, it starts with a reward. So if you go to your particular church, temple, synagogue, whatever, mosque, whatever it is, there's a lot of reward conversation. The reward is if you listen to this, great things will happen to you, right? Again, I'm not saying who's right or wrong. This is not a religious conversation. This is business. But you would agree that there's a lot of reward conversation. In America, it's a Christian country. One of the bases of what you'll hear in church will often talk about reward. It's the same in Islam. It's the same, right? Now, I'm not saying that that's good or bad. I'm saying it's effective. In McDonald's, there's a high reward, man. They make that if they put your tongue, your taste buds on a machine, when that burger hits your mouth, it is so rewarding to your brain because it's full of fat, salt, and sugar. Now, unfortunately, McDonald's is pitching a horrible thing. I want you to pitch something good, but I want you to do it in the same high reward manner. That reward that's like, wow. People go, yes. Next. Now, I don't know. I don't have time to go through all of these. I'm going to eventually lose. I generally talk on these until people leave and nobody's leaving. So that means people are getting value, so I keep talking. So I usually talk until I get hoarse or I get hungry. So I'm still good now. So I'll get in. I'll add one more here in conversion funnels. So things are converting. People aren't buying like you think they should. Now, of course, start by hopefully you have a decent product, but I'm assuming you have a decent product. Then you're up in the reward. Then the next thing is you need what's the second most powerful of the 25 cognitive biases. It's punishment, the avoidance of punishment. Freud talked about this. People think Tony Robbins invented this, and he did. Freud talked about this. Read Civilization and Its Discontent. It's one of the great books of all time. If you want a book that's not specifically business and you want to know my top all-time 5 best books, I own thousands of books and read a book a day. Civilization and Its Discontent by Freud is maybe, I'd say it's the number 2 book. My number 1 favorite book is David Buss's Evolutionary Psychology, the newest textbook. It's expensive. It's like $175 on Amazon or something. Maybe you can find it used. It's the best book I've ever read on understanding life. Number 2, though, is probably Freud's Civilization and Its Discontent. And he talks about how humans find happiness, the 9 ways. And one of the things that he says is that, at the essence, all of us, all organisms that live are moving towards things that reward them and away from things that cause them pain. So your landing page, your website, your business brochure, your store, are you upping the reward and then increasing the punishment for not doing the action that you want? Now, how can you do that in realistic? Well, I'll just do a practical one. I'll do one that's relevant to this Millionaire Mentor Academy thing. Some people don't do it that I know should do it. And I'm like, do you have any idea of the punishment you are potentially inflicting on yourself of missing out on one of these things and spending 10 years of your life on a wild goose chase? And if you don't think that that's possible, you know nothing about business, because I get literally thousands of people a week in businesses. I just spoke at London Business Squad in Sweden. I was at SCSU. I'm getting ready to go do a TED Talk. I'm surrounded by people telling me about their business story. Yesterday, 2 people. I had an hour-long conversation with 2 people. One made a business mistake, invested in the wrong business. I could have solved this if he had been in this program. He lost $1 million in 2 years, $1 million, and went bankrupt. And it's been 7 years recovering from the bankruptcy. I'm like, are you? And I asked him point blank. I said, let me get this straight. Did you invest at the beginning in hiring consultants, taking things, talking to people? As the saying goes, make war with a multitude of counselors. Did you do that, or did you just go in debt, borrow $500,000 or $1 million and start doing this business and then lose it all? I'm like, are you insane? The level of pride. Now, this is the nicest person I know, but what a foolish thing. Through 7 years of life. And, it was interesting talking to him. He said the biggest problem is that now he's afraid to. So not only $1 million in 7 years of his prime lost, but Now he's probably going to miss out on the next opportunity because most people are successful relatively young. I'm not talking about 18 years old. Whatever age you are, you better be in a massive hurry for success because statistically, every day that you're not successful, the odds stack up against you, and it's getting worse. This 15-year-old kid who started an app called Sumly out of the UK, 15 years old, he started at 17, he sold it for $30 million. How do you think that kid's brain's now going to work? He's your future competitor. He's already made it. He's positive. He's moving forward. He has allies. He has land, labor, and now he has capital. This is what you're going to be dealing with. So if you're listening on this call and you're 30 or 40 or 50 or whatever it is and you're lackadaisical, and because life is serious. The older I get, I'm like, man, I didn't realize that life is serious. And if you're not serious about it and you're not like, hey, I'll invest whatever I have as long as I know it's a solid plan and guaranteed and it makes sense and I'm learning from somebody good, I will invest even if it's painful. Man, if all of America, instead of buying a $33,000 car, invested $10,000 into something like this that I'm doing and just bought a $23,000 car, the GDP of America, instead of being $15 trillion, would be $30 trillion. I don't mean that because I'm so great, because I'm really a guide to point you to people well ahead of me. You know, that's my real goal. Sure, I've started 12 companies. I've enjoyed success. You know, I've done everything. I've lived at the Amish for 2.5 years, traveled the world, and made it all the way to, you know, big 8-bedroom place in Beverly Hills and Hollywood, all that stuff. But there's people 100 times better than me, or 1,000 times. The goal of this course is to get you there and to learn from them, some of the things I can share, but only to learn from self-made millionaires. If you want to learn from professors, then I can recommend good schools for you. There's lots of good schools. But I'll tell you this, I just spoke at the number 2 business school in the world, MBA program, was the keynote speaker at the entrepreneur thing. That curriculum is so full of holes that I'm very concerned. Like, the school was good. I mean, it's number 2 after Harvard, but I'm like, the holes. I spoke there from 11 a.m. to 12. I did the keynote, 12:30 or something. Afterwards, I said, I will take questions afterwards. And I thought it would be 20 minutes worth of questions. I was jet lagged. I'd flown in from across, 10-hour flight. And they kept me there, students asking me questions for 9.5 hours. I almost died. I literally had to, we were in the Bloomberg building. They had to close the Bloomberg building because literally the janitor was sweeping up around us, and there's still a crowd of people asking me questions. And I went to they said, let's all go to the bar. And I went there, and I was falling asleep standing up. I'd been awake like 18 hours. I went home and slept 15 hours after that. It was funny. But my point being, even at the best business school, the stuff that you're about to learn, they have no idea. So going back to this punishment thing, I will tell you, the pain of avoiding what I'm saying and procrastinating is a crappy life. I'll probably just put it blunt. Now, if you already know this stuff, great. I don't know many people that know all this stuff. The only reason I know it is I have 12 business partners, that are at extremely high level. They won't share with anybody, but they share with me. It's one of the reasons I'm an investor. It's one of my strategies. I was like, the best guys will not do it on their own, but if I do a 50-50 business with them, then they have to tell me all their secrets, right? So that's what you're about to learn. Now, I keep it confidential, some of the stuff. I don't reveal their exact stuff, but general principles, like the stuff that I have in number 7 on email delivery, how to get your email delivered. You can Google Quora, every single website on the planet. There's no good information. Mid structure for alternative payment, banking structure, the stuff that we have on automation, operational stuff, the stuff on finance, how to run your accounting, exit strategies, asset protection, the stuff that we have on how to use a data scientist, how to outsource stuff, all these tools like New Relic, Monero, all these things that we have. Optimizing the demand curve on the pricing. That's all advanced stuff. I can't get into that on a call, even if I sit here for, it's 60. The course that you go into, the academy, this mini MBA, is like, 100 hours or more of stuff. I'm not going to be able to do 100 hours on this call. Although it would be interesting for me to know, how long would people stay on this thing if I just kept talking? Last time I did the call yesterday for 4.5 hours and nobody was getting off. I just finally lost my voice. So on this page at the top under the Purple Belt training, that claim your spot now, some of you, at least 20% of you absolutely do it. Some of you have already done it. Some of you do it. If you have any questions, email. It's the best investment. Back when 2004, I even really made any money. This guy, Mike Steinbach, I was sleeping on a couch. Remember I said I spent the $17,000 and I traveled around the world and I learned knowledge. And I was trying to learn at that point, not just about money, I was learning about life. I was trying to figure out life. When I was 16, I was like, man, wouldn't it be easy if there was just a manual to life? Because there's so many hard questions. You got to know, you got to know who to date and who to marry and whether to go to college and what college to go to and what career and what all these hard questions, what religion you should be. And so I'd spent the $17,000 traveling around the world trying to find the best teachers and gurus and mentors. And I was done, and all my money was gone, and I didn't, I had just done that single-mindedly, and I spent time on farms with the Amish, so I had no skills. I came back, and I came to North Carolina, and I had literally no money. I had no place to stay, so I called my mom, and I was like, Mom, can I live with you? And she said, sure. And I grew up in like a mobile home, not in a rich house, right? And she lived in a mobile home in Raleigh, North Carolina, outside of Clayton, North Carolina. And I went to that mobile home, and I thought she'd have a room for me. She had her room, and then my aunt had died. So my two little cousins that were 5 or 6 years old, my mom had nicely enough taken them in. She was like their mom. So they had a room, and my 3 brothers were there, so there was kids everywhere. And she's like, oh, sorry, Ty, all I have for you is this couch. So I slept on this couch, right? And I remember after a night or two, I couldn't sleep. The kids would wake up, make noise, and I was like, what are you doing with your life, Ty? You got no money. You got $45 in the bank account. My mom would let me borrow her car, which was an old, junky car. And I remember it had a hole in the floor, and it was a Toyota from like 20 years before. It was like this worst Toyota stick shift, 2 different colors. I had met this one girl at a coffee shop that was cute, and she's like, take me out on a date, but I couldn't pick her up in this car. It literally had a hole in the floor. If you put your foot down wrong, it would go through the floor, and you would touch the, side of the asphalt and rip your foot off while you're going 60 miles an hour. But I didn't have a car. I had no college degree. All my friends that I hadn't kept up with them for 7 years. I've been on farms and stuff. I had nobody. I remember being so lonely, and I remember one night on that couch I was just there, and I was like, is this it, man? Is this where you are? All your friends are already off and going. But my mom, the day before, we had gone on a walk, and she had given me a book by a guy that a lot of you know that I feel indebted to, Tony Robbins, and he had written a book, Awaken the Giant Within, I think that was the one. And I remember one sentence in there that I thought was so cool, and he said, when you succeed, you party, but when you fail, you ponder. And therefore, all greatness comes from failure, because out of the pondering is where you grow. And I was on that couch that night, and I remember literally like a tear rolling down my eye, and I was pondering life. And I was like, I'm going to change my life. And that next day, I woke up, and I started to assemble a board of advisors. And my uncle was the smartest guy I knew with business. He had made a little bit of money in business. He made 6 figures, which I didn't know anyone else in our family never made 6 figures. And he had. And I said, what do I do? And he said, well, you need a mentor. You look, and he's like, you should get into sales. You can sell stuff even without a degree. So I flipped through the yellow pages, and as I'm flipping through, I'm like, who looks like they have the most money here? And my uncle said, yeah, you can either sell cars or sell financial stuff. And I remember I was like, I don't want to sell cars. I think I went for one day. I was like, this is the worst job ever. So I was like, I'll do finance. So I flipped to the finance section of the yellow pages, and I just found this big yellow page ad, the biggest ad in there. And I figured that guy who has a big ad, that costs $30,000. He must be successful. His name was Mike Steinbach. Still in business now. And I called his secretary, who's now my friend Kathy. She answered the phone, and I said, can I come in and talk to Mike? Of course, I had to pretend like I was there to buy some financial stuff, health insurance or something he was selling, or he was a broker for different financial products, investments and insurance. So I show up there, and she's like, oh, he's in the back. So I went back to his little office, and he was there, and I'll never forget, he had this big handlebar mustache, and he's sitting on this chair, and he rolls the chair, turns towards me, and we're talking, and he turns away from me doing some other stuff, and I said something that caught his attention. finally got the courage, and I said, Mike, you don't know me, but if you teach me what you know, because you must know how to make money if you can have a full-page ad in the Yellow Pages, I'll work for you for free. And he paused, and I'll never forget what he said. He's sitting in that chair, and he turned that chair towards me, and he looked me straight in the eyes, and he said, Ty, I've been looking for someone like you for 20 years. And then he said one more thing. He said, if you listen to what I'm going to teach you, one day you're going to hug my neck. I'll never forget that. And the next morning I woke up. I didn't have a suit. I had this horrible suit. I think it was somebody else's. It didn't fit me right, but I put that suit on, and I showed up in his office, and I was there, and he gave me a closet. That's what I got, a closet. He said an office, but he didn't really have an office. So the closet was like literally so small. It was filing cabinets, no windows, teeny desk, couldn't even turn around. But the point being, I created momentum, and I trusted somebody. And I tell people, like Warren Buffett says, you either move up or down the pole, slide up or down that pole of life, of success, based on who you hitch your horse to. If you hitch your horse to somebody that's successful and on their way up, it will pull you up. I think it's a rising tide raises all ships or something like that, the old saying goes. And the same, so that's what I did. And that's what you must do. And that's what this whole Self-Made Millionaire Mentor program is all about. And that's why I say, no matter how much, the amount of money that I lost by going at that approach was a lot, because I told him I'd work for him for free, and he held me to it. I did work for him for free. I remember I got good at helping him, and I figured out a way to call and make all these calls. And I remember one month I made him $30,000, and I kept my word. He got all the money. I mean, maybe he gave me 1,000 or 2 of it. So that was an expensive education, right? But, eventually I learned from what I learned there. That investment grew, even though it cost me some cost that I didn't get all that other $28,000. Taught me how to make 7 figures, how to make millions of dollars, right? So it was worth it. So you must have that mentality where you're willing to invest in stuff. Never, ever, ever stop. If some of you told me, Warren Buffett has one of the greatest mental frameworks, and I recommend you all. I have a few mental frameworks, actually a lot, that I use all the time. 25 Cognitive Bias is one of them, different frameworks. Here's a great framework. He was speaking, I think, at MIT. It's a YouTube video. You can find it yourself if you like Warren Buffett. And so he's considered the best investor in the world. A student raises his hand. Says, Mr. Buffett, I have a question for you. He goes, okay, what's the question? What's the secret of it all, or something like that. Warren Buffett says, well, imagine this. Imagine you're back in high school. You're 18 years old or 17 years old. You look around the classroom, and you get a magical genie comes out, and that genie says, you are allowed to have 10% of the lifelong earnings of any of the students in your classroom. 10%. Warren Buffett said, how would you determine which of the classmates, remember, you don't know which classmate's going to be, they're just 18 years old like you. But if you pick the right one, you're going to get 10% of, the next Bill Gates. But he'd go, how would you determine who you'd want to invest in? Right? He said, would you pick the kid who's the best at sports and want 10% of his income? Most people would say no, right? Would you pick the kid who is the best has the best grades? Maybe. That doesn't always predict who will make the most money. You're going to get 10% of whoever you pick, so you want to pick the kid who's going to make money. He goes, what are the criteria that you would look for? And he said, you know what it would be? It would be intangible things. Things that it would be maybe the kid who's the most reliable. How about this, though? What if I'm going to use this mental framework, I'm going to ask you. If you met a kid and you said, I'm thinking of investing in you and get 10% for life, and he said, well, the reason you should pick me is because since I was 7 years old, I've read every single book on business in the library. Every penny I've ever earned, I've taken into education. I bought every seminar, every course on Saturday and Sunday when all the other kids are playing. When I get home, I'm, doing this educational stuff. I've invested 80% of all the money I've ever earned from my allowance and my paper route into knowledge. Wouldn't you invest in that kid? I would. That Romeo guy I met who was like, I spent $1 million on stuff, I'd invest in him. Anybody who does that is the right mental framework and getting the right knowledge to make money relatively fast. So what Warren Buffett said is, become that kid that you would invest in. And you know what he said? Then let's invert it. Who's the kid you wouldn't invest in? And make sure you're not that kid. Think about it. Who would you not invest in? I know the kid I wouldn't invest in. I would not invest in the kid that's penny wise and dollar foolish. I would not invest in the kid that's unreliable. Charlie Munger says, of the two traits that you can have that guarantee poverty, sloth and unreliability. So I put that high on the list. Sloth and unreliability. Huge. They're just absolutely huge. So back to this conversion, because I want to keep coming to this conversion. So you're on this, we're converting. We're trying to sell more of what we had. As I said, you must increase the reward and increase the punishment for not doing it. What will you not get if you don't buy this? Just like I tell people, if you don't buy this Millionaire Mentor Academy, you might be able to figure it out on its own. I doubt it. It took me 20 years, 51 countries, a good bit of luck, and a lot of business partnerships, and losing, $50 million in some things, and making it back and all that kind of stuff and other things. A lot of hard knocks lessons and a lot of good lessons, a lot of success. To do that, the odds of you pulling it off in less than that, and I'm a pretty smart guy. I read a book a day. I got a lot of stuff. So I tell people there's a lot of punishment. You got to do the same with your product. Make sure people know the downside. Huge, huge. So that's the beginning part of this conversion funnel, right? It needs to be, A, using the 25 cognitive biases. That's more important than what color the button is and all that stuff. Remember what David Ogilvy says, the great marketer. He goes, more important than the form with which you sell, it's what you say, right? So some people try to optimize by just changing the color of their store, and all that's important. That might give you a 5%. Changing your website from blue to green might give you a 5% jump. But changing what's your core offer and the way you deliver it to use these 25 cognitive biases might make you, 10,000 times higher return. And the holy grail, which I don't have time to go into, what is so vital, is what is called the Lollapalooza effect. That is if you can have your sales funnel have all 25 of the cognitive biases. If you want to get really rich, you need to have all 25 cognitive biases. That creates the Lollapalooza effect, and that's the holy grail, the Lollapalooza. If you ever get to a Lollapalooza level, you will be a very wealthy person. There's a way. I've had businesses where they hit the Lollapalooza, where all of a sudden we're hitting people with every cognitive bias, reward, blah, 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 blah. And again, we're doing it ethically. We're not tricking people. This is not about mind tricks. This is not about selling people bad stuff. This is about the best, but then being persuasive. People need to be persuaded. And a lot of people who own businesses, it's kind of like a guy. The best guy in the world. They've already done studies on this. Let's say Brad Pitt when he was younger, right? They've done studies. They took a supermodel guy, a famous psychological study. They had him walk around the college campus. Really good-looking guy, normal, not weird, talked well. And he talked to 100 women and said, hey, I'm new to the area. Would you sleep with me? Anybody guess, out of 100 women that he asked, this supermodel guy, how many women said yes? Famous study. Any guesses? The answer? Zip. 0. None. That means that to be persuasive, the average customer, this is what it means to me. The average customer is like a woman. Even if you're Brad Pitt or a supermodel guy and your product is the best thing on the planet, you must persuade. Like I said earlier, Voltaire said, it's not enough to conquer, you must seduce. So another word for seduce is persuade. You can't just go, hey, I have the best product on the planet, and I'm going to conquer you. Buy it. That's conquering. It's not enough to conquer. You have to persuade. Okay? Because some people I notice who own businesses feel that marketing is cheesy or something. Remember what made Apple great? They were good at marketing. Apple was good. It was persuasive. They told their story, but they did it in a highly compelling way. Highly compelling. All right, so what's the next part of the converge? So we said using the cognitive biases till you can reach a Lollapalooza level effect. That's the holy grail. But then the second thing is you must reach people at the moment they are ready to buy. This is the most important. Very, very tricky. Very tricky to do this. Easier said than done. But the analogy that I like is, imagine, because this has happened to me before. Have you ever gone, like, let's say you go to buy a car, and you do not even have the money in your bank account. You're just car shopping and looking at what you want to get later. No matter how good that salesman is, the most persuasive guy, the most Lollapalooza effect, boom, 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 he's the most amazing guy. Doesn't matter. No matter what he says, you'll never buy. So what's even more important than Lollapalooza? Well, think about this. Have you ever gone to a store? The other day I was at Best Buy. I needed to buy some electronic thing. I can't remember what it was, something for my phone. I walk in. World's worst sales, like, you know the situation where somebody's talking to somebody, that employee's like talking to the other employee. They're not even paying attention to me. I'm there to buy something. This person's sitting there talking, and I'm like, hey, can you help me? And they're like, roll their eyes, and they're like, walk over like, yeah, what do you need? And I'm like, do you have this case? And they're like, the guy literally said to me, I don't know. I was like, oh, my God. I was like, well, can you ask? You know, it was like I was doing him a favor, right? And he was like, yeah, let me go check. He disappears. 20 minutes. Disappears. Comes back, has something in his hand. So I'm like, okay. But I needed it so badly that I stayed. Then he had the wrong thing. I'm like, oh my. And of course, then he's like, yeah, I'll go check it. Left for another 5 or 10 minutes. It was horrible. Right? Horrible. Now, I still bought. So what is the one thing that trumps Lollapalooza effect in your conversion funnel? The thing that trumps the conversion funnel, the Lollapalooza cognitive biases, is readiness to buy. Readiness to buy. I'm not going to go too much longer on that because I want to get into the last part of conversion funnels. When you're doing now technical, let's get technical. AABB test. So you're literally testing these, okay? You're doing the A test and you're doing the B test. One mistake that I see people do is testing things that are too similar. You will not get a big jump in your conversion rate if you test 5% versus 8%. If you test a product that's $5 and then you compare it to an $8 thing. So let's say your product, you're selling it now for $5. It's a low price thing. You need to create a version of it that's $95 and split test that. It's not enough to just test. I can test for a whole year and not get anything that gives me a significant boost. You must test massively different. If you have and start there. Then you take the winner and you move from there. So let's say it's a $5,000 product you're selling. Try to make a $500 or a $50 version of it. You must test broadly. If your website has a lot of text on it, on your checkout page, and it has 1,000 words or 10,000 words, try a checkout page with no words, just images. Then, of course, once you get the winner, let's say you do the 10,000 words versus no words, just images. If the images win, then you go to your next round of testing, you take the image winner, and you compare it with something that, let's say, has, 100 words on it. See if a little bit of words attached to images help. If that wins, then you take, and go from there. But always wide. I see people test more stuff. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about in conversion, the best thing you can copy And a conversion funnel, if it's not working for you, is a competitor that's already tried and true. There's nothing wrong with that. Remember, McDonald's is out, and then these guys came up with Burger King. It's almost the same thing. Like, if you walk into McDonald's, Burger King, not a ton of difference. They didn't get a lawsuit. That's part of the game. So don't be afraid. Don't be too proud to do that. People are oftentimes too proud. Don't be too proud in your conversion funnels. Test very dissimilar things, always. Very dissimilar. Make sure you do the 25 cognitive biases and figure out methods to not try to preach to people that just are never going to buy. You're just wasting. There's an old saying I love. It says, don't try to teach a pig to fly. You can't do it, and it bothers the pig. Right? Can't do it, and it bothers the pig. Don't be that guy that's bothering the pig. Okay? So let's keep going here. Let's read some questions that I've gotten. Important stuff. All right. What do you do if your business is media oriented? I got the same question a few times. Interesting. Okay, somebody wrote, I'm just starting off with a new venture, but I want to be at $10 million quickly. All right, let's go with that. If you have any other stuff, go ahead and put that in. I'm going to run with this one. So, actually, let me go back to the topics, what you will learn here. Let's talk about the, well, we've hit on a lot of these. Global reach, talked about that yesterday. I'm hitting different things. Some of you came back that were on the 4-hour call yesterday. Do another 4-hour. Let's talk about delegation insight. This is very relevant. Okay. If you're an entrepreneur and you read any books now, you probably read The 4-Hour Workweek. Very popular book. Great marketing. Genius. A lot of cognitive biases. All right? Here's a problem. On my board, in the beginning of Millionaire Mentor Academy, let me see which one it is. Number 20 I have 30 absolute rules you have to memorize to get through the boot camp. When I hire a new employee, they have to all go through this boot camp. Number 20 is the law that says you cannot delegate what you don't know. So the biggest problem with the 4-Hour Workweek, the absolute killer, if you want to, I know people lost millions of dollars trying to listen to that advice. Not that I'm blaming that book or anything, but that general line of thinking, here's the deal, guys. You want a recipe for a disaster? Start delegating and hiring people to do stuff you're not a master of. And I know that's super painful because people are like, I don't want to be good at everything. Well, the better question is, do you want to be rich? That my friend has a PhD in multi-objective optimization. What that means is when you have more than one goal, how do you get it all? And he said he did a PhD at Berkeley or whatever, and he said, my conclusion after getting a PhD in it is it's not possible. So what he meant was if you try to get too many things, you won't get any. So if your goal is to make a lot of money in business, then you can't tell me about all your other goals. You can't go, well, I also don't want to do any work, or I also want to just be able to hire people to do all the hard stuff. In a certain sense, that is possible. In another sense, it's complete BS. Let me explain what I mean. Once you know, then you can delegate. It's that simple. Joel Salatin used to say, a man can do anything as long as he doesn't have to do it forever. So a little bit, one of the inspirations of this academy was, if you've seen the movie 300, the Spartan movie, I'm like, in that Spartan movie, I love the thought that 300 people can take over the world. And that's my goal, every year to turn out 300 people through this mini MBA program. They'll take over the world. Already I've trained, it's insane. Somebody graduated through the whole program that I have, like the black belt, and starting a business. First business, I think they're going to do $1 million a month because they went through this whole thing, right? So anyway, 300. I love that idea. I love that idea. And when it comes to delegation, you're going to have to harden up a little bit and learn the stuff yourself and go through the learning curve yourself, because if you don't, how can you delegate something you don't know? Let's say I don't like to do marketing. So I'm like, we're going to start a business and just pay someone else to do it. Sounds awesome, right? Oh, man, I just use capital. But the problem is, how do I know if I hired the right person? So what if they're like, hey, Ty, I did marketing and I sent 100,000 people to the website this month. Well, how do I know if that's good if I've never done it myself, if I don't have any comparison level? You can't delegate till you have benchmarks in your own brain. Then you'll know, wait a second, you should have done 500,000. You're fired. Or, hey, that's great. I can't believe you did it. Here's a bonus. Here's a raise. So do not go crazy in the beginning with delegating. And this is, if you look at the general pattern of all business, Bill Gates says, you know what? Everybody wants to be me. But then I realized from age 20 to age 30, age 20 to age 30, I never took one day off. Not even one. Not even one. So everybody wants to be Bill Gates, but are you willing to do the things that you got to do, whether it be 1 year or 10 years, to look at Bill Gates, look at the reward. He made $1 billion. $1 billion, right? So delegation is dangerous if it's not done right. There are things that you will have to delegate, right? If I want a house built, I still delegate, because there are things that are so complex that you're going to just have to trust the expertise of other people. But in that case, you got to pay a lot of money for it. You can build your own house for $100,000 cheaper than someone else. So if you're willing to pay a very hefty premium to bring in people that are certified and pretty guaranteed, then that's acceptable. In general, when you're running a business, you're not going to want, unless you're Richard Branson and you've raised $100 million, you're probably not going to want to delegate. You're probably not going to be able to bring in people high level enough to delegate. The worst thing you can do is hire some random person and then delegate to them. I mean, I can't tell you how often people do that in business. It's horrible. So that brings me back to this hiring template, the very precise hiring template that I recommend. So if you notice in the first list on this page that we're on, we have the hiring template. All right, so in the hiring template, what I recommend is you follow two very successful business models for hiring. The first one, okay, oh, somebody's asking me, yeah, I'm going to add back we took down the buy button for the academy here for this mini boot camp. Self-made everything you need to know, but I'm going to add it back because someone's asking, a couple of people. All right. So you should be able, sorry about that. Our system, we usually don't leave it up for that long, so it's back up now. Okay. So there's a company, one of the top hedge funds, or they're actually private equity. They have one method of hiring people that they're going to delegate, and there's another method that Charlie Munger uses. I recommend you only hire people in these one or two methods. Only these one or two, okay? You're going to see why you may have failed in the past with hiring people. So method number one is what I call the no interview method. Charlie Munger says you don't want to do interviews in person with people. Why? Well, because people who are really good at interviewing and are really social and really persuasive, even though they might be morons, can trick you, right? Oftentimes, in-person interviews, all you're doing is hiring somebody who's good at interviewing, okay? So here's the thing. What Munger says is just hire pure reference-based hiring. That's it. You don't care if they're white, black, old, young, female, it doesn't matter. You don't care. You don't even look at them. Just show me what you've done with a ton of references and call the references. If you get 10 people saying that person was the best person that I ever hired. I wish I could have him back. I'd give him amount of money, any amount of money. In that sense, the past does predict the future. So that is the Charlie Munger no interview method. It's a very effective method. You got to do a little work. If you can't do it, you can hire a headhunter. But again, be careful of delegating something you don't know. If you've never done it effectively, do it yourself. Who cares? What else are you going to do? That's the one problem I have with the 4-hour work week. I'm like, what else are you going to do? Salsa dance and your way across Argentina and do karate? Like, that's not an amazing life. If you want to be happy, you want to look back and look at the struggles you've overcome. That makes humans happy. Okay, so next, the second methodology of hiring people is the private equity way. It's called the long, drawn-out way. And I forget which private equity firm. I can't remember if it's BlackRock or there's a good book. It's called, like, How to Make $1 Million an Hour. It's actually not about how to make money, but it's a catchy title. It's all about the private equity firms and how these guys are running the world. I mean, this hedge fund private equity is insane. But they talked about this one firm. So the way that they hire you, they have like 15 principal owners of the private equity firm. Over 1 year, you go through 28 interviews. 28 interviews. You have to pass all 28. And it's funny. You have to meet all 16 business partners. You go through all these rigorous ones. And the craziest one is the very last one. When you pass all of them, like all 27 of them, the 28th one, what you do is you have to, let's see. Yeah, you go, they take you out to dinner. So you're out to dinner, right? And while you're out to dinner, they ask you, they chart you without you knowing how many times you say thank you to the waiters and valet and stuff. And if you have to have a minimum threshold, you have to say it like 15 times because they figure if you're not polite to, regular people, you're not a good person. So you can go through 1 year of interviews and then just fail on that valet test and waiter thank you test. So think about what they're doing. What they're doing, they're not necessarily using the Charlie Munger way. So Charlie Munger likes to do the way, doing the long, just the quicker way, but it's reference-based. They're like, forget the references. They're like, let's just meet this person. But they say the average person, it takes about 1 year to get to know them. I think that's in Malcolm Gladwell's book, Blink, right? So they just go, okay, in 1 year, we should get enough time to see human nature of this person, and that's what they go with, right? So think about where you may have made mistakes in hiring in the past. I bet you if I calculate or talk to you about the people you've hired that didn't work out, whether it be in delegation or outsourcing or whatever it is, okay, I am almost sure you would say, well, I did somewhere in between those two ways. Somewhere in between. Boy, don't ever do something in between. It's horrible. You know why? Well, something in between, you don't get the benefit of time, and yet you don't get the benefit of the references. So what most of us do is we interview people once or twice, and we call maybe one of the references, or we just glance at it. That's neither one. You're not getting the benefits of either. You can't do that unless you want to be poor. It's that simple. You want to be poor? Do that. You want to have employees come in? Because remember, we're talking about investment. Employees are an investment. If you take time, energy, open up your business, and you have turnover in your business that's fairly consistent, it's like a depreciating asset. And like we said, the one rule of investors, don't invest in things that rust, rot, and depreciate. Depreciation means the value goes down over time. The value of an employee that starts with you and 6 months later or 12 months later is gone after you've given them all this knowledge, potentially goes and starts competing with you, it's disastrous. It's how you get poor. It's how you de-optimize your sales funnel and your business net profit. So follow one of these two. It's very hard. I don't care if it's now, some people go, it's not realistic for me to interview people for 1 year. Well, just do this. Only hire people that you've known for at least a year. So maybe you've been buddies or friends of friends and you've hung out. That's one way to do it. That's not quite as good as a rigorous 1 year of interviews, but at least it's better than nothing, right? So do that. Do that. Don't get trapped in the middle. The middle is a nightmare. It's what most of us do. I've been as guilty of it as anyone. Now, people ask me, I actually got a question on yesterday's call. I'm going to put it in today. Someone asked me about business partners. Because if you read the book, there's a good book by Michael Eisner called Working Together. What does Michael Eisner say in Working Together? He says something very profound. Most successful people have a business partner. And it's true. You know, Bill Gates had 2 business partners. Bill Gates, in fact, said, I never did anything alone except take tests. That's what he said. So he had Paul Allen, and he had Ballmer. Steve Jobs had Wozniak. Warren Buffett had Benjamin Graham. Right? The list goes on. The WhatsApp guys, there's 2 of them that just sold for $19 billion. Most people have partners. There's exceptions. There are always the solo people, but definitely it's the exception to the rule. And if they didn't have a partner, they always had a mentor. It's almost always, it's often both, but at least they have one of them. So, partners. How do you get a partner? The exact same urgent, vital thing that I just talked about. Make sure you either, A, pick a business partner that comes to you with high references, from a lot of people. A lot of people going, this is the best business partner I ever had in the past. The past can predict the future oftentimes, especially with human behavior, because if you study the science of the brain, around 25 years old, the brain literally seals up. You know, when you're 1 year old, your brain is so soft you can actually push on it. Literally, you're not hard-headed. When you're young, you're literally soft-headed, which means if you want to learn all the languages, you got to teach them before 25 years old. Most people don't change religions after 25 years old. And most change, of course, is like the Jesuits, the Catholics. They're like, give us kids under 7 years old and we'll mold them into whatever they want. Like if you get children really young, you can mold them very easily. But still, all the way up to about 25 years old, you can mold people. So when it comes to business partners, most of your business partners are going to be over 25 years old. At that point, they're probably pretty much locked into whatever they're going to be like. So if they don't have good references from other people, they probably aren't worth kind of pursuing, right? But at the same token, if you want to have a business partner that's successful, you may want to know them for a year or more. In fact, I generally recommend both, high references, because who you hire is kind of like who you're dating. You know, if it messes up, you can get rid of them easy. Business partners, boy, you get a business partner wrong, they'll be stuck for a while, just like Jonathan Haidt says in Happiness Hypothesis. If you want to be unhappy, really unhappy, marry the wrong person or have the wrong boss. So who we're around in business partners is basically determining our happiness for multiple years. So do one or the other or both when it comes to business partners as well. I can't tell you how many people are like, I had to work, because I've had 12 business partners, and it's worked out fine. All of us are friends, and I haven't had a nightmare situation, knock on wood. Maybe I will one day. But as of this moment right now, everything's been fine. And most people, though, I know have all these nightmares, and I'm like, well, I know why I haven't had that nightmare, because I've always followed that principle that both Munger and the private equity firm followed. All right, moving on to the next thing. So we've gone through. We got 22 things. We'll definitely not get to all of them. Let's talk about banking. Banking's big. When I was because I've done different type of businesses. I haven't always done e-commerce. Peter Drucker in 1999 wrote, before he died, he said, the future of the world is e-commerce. Thought that was interesting, right? Because now it's like internet seems obvious. Well, here's something fascinating. when I probably just started into e-commerce, because I did some other businesses, did some, bricks and mortar type businesses. I've done ones that are sales. I've done blah, blah, blah. But I decided I was going to do e-commerce. And I went to this conference, always investing in knowledge. I met this guy. He lives in the valley. We're friends now, but I didn't know him. And I remember him saying, Ty, there's two things in e-commerce that you got to know. You got to know your product and marketing and all that. The second half of your business is banking. And I was like, what the heck is this guy talking about? Banking. I could just get a credit card and processing thing and just bank, and it's easy. No, he was right. I've learned when smart people say stuff that sounds crazy to you, they're usually right. But we always go, oh, that sounds weird. That's human pride. That's pride getting in the way. So he was right, and little did I know that I would learn this course the hard way. And what he meant is the credit card processing is not only complicated from the standpoint of needing MIDs and needing a MID structure. If you don't know what a MID is, it's merchant IDs. It allows you to take credit cards and charge people money. Some people on this call use third-party MID processors. They use QuickBank. They use blah, 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 whatever company you use, One Shopping Cart. The problem is you're using somebody else's merchant IDs. That's an asset for them. You're building assets for them. If you want to be wealthy and you want to increase your net worth, you don't just want cash flow. You don't just want to make $100,000 a month. You want the asset that you own to be going up. When you own a house, it doesn't pay you any money, but every year it could go up in value. You have asset and you have appreciation. Well, if you process on QuickBank or another third party, they're owning the asset of you're building the reputation, the positive reputation of their MID. You don't want to build the positive. You got to build your own MIDs. Now, how do you do that? Well, you got to start processing through your own MIDs. The problem is when you process through your own MIDs, just remember certain issues can come up. Chargebacks can come up. The refund rates can come up. And if you're not careful, you can get shut down. And this happens to people all the time, especially if you're selling stuff online that, you have to deliver it to them, and some people don't get it, and they will blah, 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 blah. So here's the thing. You must begin immediately to become sophisticated in understanding the MID structure of your business, because almost all businesses, even if you say, Ty, I want to open a restaurant. I want to own a hotel. I want to open up a comedy club, a nightclub. I do not want to, or even if you want to open a charity, well, guess what? Everybody, if you think it's a lot now, just wait 20 years. 20 years from now, every single thing you buy is going to be online. Even when you're in a store, your phone's probably going to have a chip in it, or who knows, maybe your glasses will have a chip, and you'll be paying with your credit card or with a number online. Even when you're standing in the store, you won't probably be handing cash or credit cards to people, okay? So even if you're opening a business where you think, oh, I'm not going to be like Amazon and sell things, you're still going to be in that business. Hotels, people are going to buy from you online. They're not going to go to the counter of the hotel and buy stuff. All going to be electronic. So get ahead of the curve now. So one of the things that we teach in the academy is this whole mid-structure stuff. Nobody's teaching it. It literally doesn't exist. No university. It's too cutting edge. And if you want to make a lot of money, you got to do cutting edge stuff. So be sure those 10 or 20% of you on this call that I know this is appropriate for, that you're already got a business that's got serious momentum and you're ready to go. I mean, some of you might only be making 6 figures and some of you are making 7 figures. Go crazy on this now, because if you get this, you will have the upper hand in any business. That's like in the 16 weeks, we get into that like week 3, the whole banking structure. So I'll talk a little bit about just enough now, because it's really like a 8-hour worth of conversation. And by the way, the thing that the Millionaire Mentor Academy, some of you actually have gotten into it. Some of you, some of this stuff is called like this, but not all of it is. You can do some of it. So when I say 8 hours, it's not like you're going to have to be on the phone for 8 hours. Some of it's built out in lessons, so you can actually do it through lessons. So anyway, so you build out the banking structure, you get it going. Now, what other things do you need? Well, what about alternative payment options? You know, I have this rule for my employees. I'm like, if somebody wants to give us money, I want you to get the money from them in any way that's convenient for them. If you have to hire a courier to go pick up a check because they're not comfortable paying online, go pick up the check. I have some friends, and they own a business, online dating business, and they do, I don't know, they're out of Florida, they do $300 million or something like that a year. Interesting thing is, I check out their website every once in a while. Always do competitive. They're not competitors of mine, but I just like to check out what they're doing because they're really sharp guys. And one thing I've noticed, every time I visit their page, every time, their checkout page, there's a new way to pay. So, you know, when I first started, it was like pay by ACH, pay by check. And the last time I visited, it was pay by snail mail, like pay by mail. They had an address you can mail a check to. They had another one, pay by money order. Then I saw recently they added ability to pay by texting. In countries like France, they're allowing people to pay with their cable TV bill. Take money from people in whatever way is good for them. That's also a banking option. You must be good. Now, in addition, I'll get real advanced for some of you. You want to have, something that has mid-cascading. What do I mean by cascading the mids? Well, if you're selling around the world, which I highly recommend, we may get to that globally, you know, we might get into that global reach thing. I'm not sure if we'll have time before my voice gives out. But if you are selling online, you want to be, there's about 40 main countries where people are buying stuff online, okay? The majority of those are Western countries where people speak English, or at least either English is the first language or close to it. So think countries like obviously the United States, the largest consumer, but then Canada, the UK, Western Europe, which in Scandinavia is great, Denmark, France, Sweden, all these countries are great. Now, in addition to those, though, where else do you want to be? Well, there's a lot of markets that open up in places like, Australia's been big, South Africa's been big. The problem is, when you're processing credit cards, you will notice that oftentimes you have a high decline rate, okay? A high decline rate. So the key thing that you can do is have a mid-cascading system. So that means you first try to process their credit card with the U.S. one because that has the lowest fees and gets you the money fastest. But then you need to have local mids. And there's a way to do that. There's a way to set up LLCs and structures around the world so that you can do this. So that's very, very important. I learned that from some of the most advanced guys. There's very few people. I learned that from some guys that are doing about 5,000 sales a day. They're making they make around $100,000 to $200,000 a day. That's one of the things. So you can do a mid-cascading. You do it. It all happens in a millisecond. So if their card's declined in the U.S., you can then try a local card, and that's oftentimes will get you a much higher approval rate because if they live in Sweden, their Swedish bank might not want to approve an American because it might look like a spam or a fraudulent transaction. So very important. The sophistication level, and I hope you guys will notice, the overarching theme of everything I'm talking about is the level of sophistication that you must have in every area of your business. It's super important. There's not one of these areas, like we talk about the soup, that you can leave out. We talk about pricing. You got to know pricing. You cannot leave that out. You cannot leave out multivariate testing. You cannot leave out the quote 25 cognitive biases. You cannot leave out the advisory. All and every one of these things contribute to your wealth or not wealth. And if you want to make $10 million or more, just remember, most people never figure out how to even make a company that makes $1 million a year, right? $2 million. You're already, according to Michael Gerber, if you guys haven't read his stuff, I like some of his stuff. He has a book called The E-Myth Revisited. It's one of his famous books. And one thing that he says is he goes, just remember, within 5 years of starting a company, within 5 years, I think it's either 70 or 90% of business owners are done, bankrupt. Doesn't mean they didn't start. They might have started out well, but they're gone. Like, that should scare you, because what most people go is, oh, that won't happen to me. Well, it does happen to even the best people, some of the smartest people I know. Think about it this way. Michael Jordan was the world's best basketball player, right? Best basketball player. So he's like, oh, I could be good at anything. So he tried baseball. Guess what happened? He wasn't good at baseball. He failed. He couldn't even make it to majors. So if you've been good in the past and you're like, whatever I get into, I'll be good, I'm like, boy, don't forget, 7 billion people are trying to make money and survive in the world. 7 billion. Now, there's an upside and a downside. Upside and downside. The upside of a world of 7 billion people is, A, there's a lot more people to sell to. Alan Nation told me, in a world with 7 billion people, the beauty is that, I'm eating a little bit of food so I don't run out of energy. In a world of 7 billion people, no matter what you're selling, you can probably figure out a way to get 1 million people to buy from you over the course of your business. That means is, if you're selling a product for $50, you can probably, if you're smart, figure out how to make lifetime, maybe over 5 or 10 years, you can figure out how to make $50 million from it. 1 million people. It's not unrealistic. The downside of 7 billion people is what? You know how many people are going to become entrepreneurs in the world? The internet is all these Indian kids and Pakistani kids. These kids are going to take over the world, man. China, anybody with a computer and internet connection is now your competitor. If you're not competing around all the skill levels that I'm talking about in this, you might make money tomorrow. You might make it for another year, too. But you know the worst thing that ever happened to you? You make money, and it's taken away from you. Mike Tyson made $400 million and went bankrupt. He's my neighbor. I see him sometimes. I see him down the bottom of the hill, actually, on Laurel Canyon, pumping gas. And I want to walk up to him and be like, man, what was it like to make $400 million and then have zero left? Like, that's the world we live in. So the goal of this whole system is permanent wealth. Like, I would like to create permanent wealth for you. That's what I really care about. And I think I can do it. And I can tell you the way you're going to start is by getting good at everything. Sun Tzu in The Art of War says something profound. He says, the wise general makes no mistakes. Like, the world doesn't respond to mistakes. You can't make many mistakes. Maybe you can make 1 or 2, but mistakes can be catastrophic. All important that you become good at every one of these things. The analogy is that mythological story about Achilles. Well, what happened to Achilles? Well, he had armor. Everything was good except his heel. And that arrow hit the heel. And that's what happens in business. Now, that's what happened to Mike Tyson. He knew how to make $400 million. He did it wrong. He didn't know how to build a team around him. Don King, the promoter, took tons of money. And he didn't understand. It's funny. Think about this. You make $400 million, right? If you did one thing right, it's impossible to lose your money. If you took all that money and spent it lavishly on things that don't rust, rot, and depreciate. So you bought mansions, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, they depreciate a little bit, but they don't depreciate that much. The name brand Ferrari, $200,000 Ferrari is still worth $150,000. It's like regular cars depreciate more. So let's say I'm his financial advisor, and I'm like, man, just buy fancy stuff. So he does. When times get tough, those houses would have appreciated. So what Mike Tyson did wrong, he invested in a ton of, he spent $10 million on a birthday party. I read. $10 million. Insanity. Right? So if I can get one point across when it comes to the investor mentality, very important that you are always investing, appreciating things. So books. I didn't get to this, but let me get to this. Good point. Speed reading. I'm working on a new technique. So I figured out a way I can read a book in 30 minutes. I now know a way I'm pioneering, and this is going to blow people's mind. I haven't told many people on this. I'll be announcing. You're one of the first to hear this. I got a way that you can read a book, literally. You can read a book in 1 minute. I just did it. I did it on my last call. I won't do it today, but I'll put a recording maybe up of that one. Sounds impossible, right? I got a way I could show you to start tomorrow. I don't care how fast you read, on how to read one book a day while you eat breakfast or lunch or dinner. You pick the meal. Some people think it's impossible. It is not. It is not possible. Now, you will not get the whole book, but you'll get all the parts out of it that are relevant to you on that day. So, millionaires don't all read, but all billionaires read. And as we talked about in the beginning, we're going to copy billionaires. Bill Gates and Warren Buffett said if they had any superpower in the world, it would only be one power. They'd want to be the fastest readers in the world. They didn't say they want more money, more power, more IQ. In fact, Warren Buffett says if your IQ is 130, at least 130, you could sell the rest. It's not important to make you money. So it's not wealth. I mean, it's not knowledge. It's not IQ, but it's ability to read fast. And here's why. Now, I've gotten big flack. I wrote an article called Why the Answers Are Not Within. I got a ton of flack from it. Not a ton, but enough. It's interesting. It was one of the most controversial articles I've read because half the people were like, it's the greatest thing ever, and half the people are like, what do you mean? I remember one guy wrote, it's funny how people, when they don't agree with you, instantly think you're dumb. So he's like, well, you must have never done meditation if you think the answers are not within. Because the premise of the article was that most people are trying to meditate their way into knowing how to live and what's good in business and life. And I'm like, and that doesn't work. You learn from other people. So this guy's like, well, you must never have meditated, as if I'm an absolute moron and he's the only one smart enough to figure out that meditation might be helpful. Meditation is helpful. It's helpful for various things. It's not a cure-all for all things. Everything's good for its purpose. There's a saying, horses for courses. That means the right race horse for the right race course. If you got a long race course, you use a certain, long distance endurance type horse. If you got a short sprint, you use a short sprint fast horse. Same with life. Not all tools apply for all areas. So meditation is great. Scientifically, it's proven. It's great for lowering your blood pressure, for reducing stress and cortisol levels, blah, blah, blah. Now, my question to you is, do you think the greatest people in the world, the greatest ideas in the world got it by just meditating? Think Albert Einstein came up with E equals MC squared? Now, some people might go, yeah, he just got it one day. It popped into his mind, which is true. But do you know why it popped into his mind? Because he had spent the 20 years before filling up his mind with the ideas of the best mathematicians and physicists in the world. So I think of it this way, and why speed reading is so important for you, and reading a book a day and audios. Your business, the success of your business is like making an amazing salad, right? So you got the bowl, and if you just get raw ideas from books, so you read, let's say you read a business book that I talked about, Made in America by Sam Walton. Okay, so you read Sam Walton's book. That's like some ingredients in a salad bowl. And then, of course, you read Michael Gerber's book I talked about, more salad ingredients. And you read a book by the one book I talked about, The One Thing, by Richard Keller. That's more ingredients in the salad. And then you read, let's say, Art of War, more ingredients. Now, your brain and your thinking and your meditation and your sitting in silence and thinking, that's like stirring. That's like stirring. So you stir it and you create your own unique concept, but you need the raw materials. What people do that don't read a lot but just meditate, they're mixing an empty bowl. Imagine you walk in the kitchen and your roommate is stirring a bowl, and you're like, what? You look in the bowl and it's completely, there's just air. You would think he's a moron. You would think maybe he's mentally ill. Well, that's what most people are doing. They're literally stirring empty bowls because the only ideas that they get from the outside are TV commercials and Rihanna songs and Lady Gaga and Game of Thrones. Like, that's great, but you need raw, amazing ingredients, and the better the ingredients are. So you better learn how to suck in knowledge faster than you are now, because if not, someone else will do it faster, and their salad, their business will be better because they can mix it, and they have better raw ingredients than you. So, how do you read a book a day? Or a book a week, I said, is the first goal for everyone here. A business book. Remember, I'm not talking about reading Snow White, I'm talking about real books for your business. You can do that too. All right, here's what you do. Stop looking at books as things you read from start to finish, and instead see them as living, breathing reference materials that you will refer back to over the next 20 years. Remember I said there's 125 million books? I just want you to have the top 1,000 books. I want you to eventually have 1,000 books. I want you to have if you live in an apartment or a house, I want you to have a house that has to have one dedicated room with bookshelves built in it of 1,000. And I want them to be the 1,000 most important books, not, random books that your friend told you were good, but you start with the most important. I told you, in my opinion, most important book you can own is David Buss's Evolutionary Psychology. That one I think is the best. The second, I would own Freud's book, Civilization is Discontent. You can go all the way down this line, okay? All the way down until you have 1,000 of the best books. Very important that you do that. Now, so you've got that. You got your library. What do you do, though? How do you get the books into the library? All right, well, this is how you do it. Very simple. You read through every book 3 times. You read number 1 really slow. Number 2, a little bit faster. Number 3, a little bit slower. Number 3, really slow. That's the important thing. So, most people get to a book and they just read it like one time through. You won't retain as much. Also, you should see a book like you're like a gold miner, and it's like a cave. You go into the cave. Gold miners are happy just to get one thing. Don't be greedy. Like, I see a lot of people with books, and they're like taking notes, and I'm going to remember the whole thing. Why? Why do you value that so much from that book? You can't remember. If you go to a conference or a seminar or even this talk that I'm doing, we're going on 4 hours here. Thank you for a lot of you. Almost everyone's still here. It's great. When you do that, just try to walk away with one main thing. Have you ever gone to a seminar or a conference or read a book with 100 good ideas, and then you do none of them? That's the tendency. It's a cognitive bias because all of us grow up, we evolved in hunter-gatherer groups of 130 people. So we're used to needing to give all people equal attention. That's what we evolved. But now we live in a world of 125 million books, or 7 billion people. You're going to have to learn to ignore. It's very hard. So when you see a book, your natural inclination, subconsciously, is to be like, I'm in a hunter-gatherer village. This is an elder speaking to me. I must retain everything he says. The truth of the world now is just try to find one thing. So as you're doing 3 passes through the book, one is really fast, one's a little slower, and one's kind of focused on 1 or 2 chapters, okay? So the first time, what I like to do, the first pass, you read the table of contents. Let me grab a book here. I have books all over. This one is not I got 50 amazing years with the Los Angeles Lakers. Okay, I like Lakers. Let's grab this. It's more of a picture book. But let's see. So I start out, what I like to do, I read the back of the book, the very back. Then I read the jacket, the inside cover. 50 years of great Los Angeles Lakers basketball have inspired. So I read that. Then I break into the next part, which is what? I read the table of contents, and really focus on the table of contents. Really focus on it. It's so important that you focus on the table of contents. So some table of contents, this one doesn't have a lot of info. Some have a ton. So I read the table of contents because that gives me the mental map. Then I kind of scroll through the book relatively quickly. I like to say this first pass should be no more than around, I like it to be around 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So I'm just looking through this, spending 5 minutes reading the table of contents. Boom, 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 boom. Then, secondly, I'm going to come back, and I'm looking now for what I'm going to see the third time. So as I go through the second time, I'm looking, I'm scanning. What is it that I'm going to want to look at later? So as I come through this, like I'm doing it right now in front of you, this book about the Lakers, I see one about Magic Johnson, and I see it's like chapter 7. So I'm just keeping going through the book. I go through, it takes me about 10 minutes to go through this second part. Okay, so I've spent 5 minutes on the first pass, 10 minutes on the second pass. That's a total of 15 minutes. All right. Then I'm going to come back the third time, and I take my time, and I read the one most important chapter or section or area. It might not even be a whole chapter. That's highly, highly relevant to me. Highly relevant. So as I'm here right now, in this book, I really want to read this one. It's about chapter 4. It's about the Lakers winning the 1985 Celtics. So now that whole thing, that second pass, just depending on how you are, will take anywhere from 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes. So all said, you're looking at about 30 minutes to read a book. That is the way you want to see books. It's very not natural. I will tell you the tendency you're going to have if you walk away from this. You're immediately going to go, oh, man, I got to finish. This is so good. I got to finish this book. Oh, now I got to read this. Like, that's going to be your tendency. You must eliminate that tendency. You're going to have to just go, this book is not alive. It doesn't care. But because it's now a reference book for you, you put it on your bookshelf, and guess what? You can come back to it at any time. I just read a book for the demonstration I did on this yesterday by David Bach. It's called Start Late, Finish Rich or something like that. So I'm reading this book, and I know it's a book I'm never going to read, so I just showed everybody I'd read it real fast. So how did I read it real fast? Simple. I just read the table of contents. That was it. Now people go, that's cheating, Ty. I'm like, what do you mean cheating? Not cheating. That's real. I'm never going to read that book. It's not an important book. But I got one thing out of it. One chapter in the table of contents, it said something cool. It said, your life should be exciting, but your investment should be boring. That's a great little adage. It's a great little quote that is now in my head. And you know what? A year from now, it's now in my mental library. A year from now, if I'm wanting some investment tips, I'll be like, you know what? I remember that David Bach book. Let me pull that off my shelf because I see books as references, not one-time things to be conquered and never seen again. I see them as friends. I know that sounds weird. See your books as long-term allies that are going to be your friends for a long time, okay? Absolutely vital. And this speed reading thing is something for some of you that is the biggest thing you might get from the Millionaire, this, boot camp thing. Whatever it is, I don't know. I'm not going to say this, too many times. So I don't like, this isn't really a sales call. It's just an education thing. The Millionaire Mentor System, this purple belt level, this mini MBA, will take you to where you need to go in terms of getting to $10 million. 100% guaranteed, $2,500 a month. Sounds like a lot of money to some people. If it sounds like too much money, it's a good sign you're not at that level. Think about the money that you spent on stuff, and more importantly, think of the years that you've wasted. Just look back at your life and think of somebody you know that's way ahead of you in business, but they're not smarter than you. That's one of the worst things in life. I can think of people way ahead of me, and I get that. People ask me a lot. They're like, man, I'm way smarter than a guy. And I'm like, yeah, but he makes way more money than you. Why? Because being intelligent is not the most predictive trait of being wealthy. Remember I said, Buffett says over 130 IQ, that's all you need? Well, yeah, that is, because the other component, it's not IQ, because IQ is just processing power. It's what's in your brain. What's in your brain. And that is what this program, if you don't have stuff in your brain, you will continually be passed by people that are below you, and that is very painful. You do not want to be passed by people way below you. It's one thing to get, Bill Gates make more money than me because he's a billionaire, but I can't tell you how many people I know that make more money than me, more successful in business, that are not close to as smart as me, and that hurts my pride, and it should hurt my pride, right? It's good to have your pride hurt because it resets your brain. My brain has been reset, and I'm like, you know what? It's the raw materials that you must need. It's the tricks of the trade. It's the 12 things. That's why I came up with this: content, distribution, promotion, conversion, pricing, banking, email delivery, reporting, finance, operations, advisory, and customer service. I haven't even gotten to all 12, plus the 10 before. That's what you're going to get in this academy. Like, do the academy if you have a business that's on its way or could be on its way to doing beyond 7 figures, right? Absolutely vital that you do that as fast as you can. And so, like I said, I opened this up. It's 4 months. 4 months from now, it's fully guaranteed. We have contract, so that it's in writing, guaranteed. And the page you can see now, you press the button, it's $997, $997 just on the application fee. But then once you actually do it, some people want to pay with, some of you guys today, I think, did on credit cards and some wired. The total is $10,000. And I throw in the live thing. I throw in all these other things that I don't normally have, and so it's worth $14,000. So you're saving $5,000, $4,000 or $5,000. So very, very important that you do this. And let me see if there's any. I got some other questions here. Someone want to hit 7-figure in commissions, they said, for 2014. Let's talk about commissions. So commissions, for some of you on this, it's basically the same principle, a few little tricks different. I love and think all people should be on commissions. I learned that when I was 18, Phil Salatin's like, I don't pay salaries. So on my board of the 35 things you must have as your mental framework in terms of understanding the millionaire mentor mindset, the number 6 is no salaries, life being performance-based. One of the best things you can ever do for anybody and for yourself is be sure you're never addicted to the heroin called salary. Like, more things are horrible for everybody in the world because of salaries than probably anything. People think the problem in the world is this or religion or politics. I'm like, no, it's salaries. Because salaries, what do? They kill creativity. They destroy it. Like Plato said, what did he say? He said, necessity, the mother of invention. That's where it all comes from. Necessity is the mother of invention. If you create a life where there's necessity, you will create. So being on commissions is really what it is to be as a business owner. You must get yourself in a position like they did, I can't remember if it was the Greeks or who it was, where they used to burn the lifeboat, right? Mother of invention. It forced you to create. It forced you. Picasso, I talked about this, the prolificity, how prolific people should be. My mind is blown. I'll give you an example. I was reading about Pablo Picasso. I was reading a biography of him. Pablo Picasso created in his lifetime how many works of art? This is going to make you faint. It made me faint. The answer, 50,000 pieces of art. 50,000! That means if you do the math, he was producing 1 or 2 pieces of art a day. Most artists struggle to create 1 piece of art a year. Another example, Prince. Prince, the musician, Prince produced so much music that the labels used to just be like, man, there's too many. There's not enough demand. He was producing 20 hits a year. So you must become prolific. Absolutely important. Absolutely. That's part of this whole thing that we're talking about. Prolific, and if you're in sales and you set up your structure where you got to succeed, you have to succeed. The mother of invention begins, and then what happens? Then you can become prolific. And the problems in your business and your employees, do your best to get your employees off salary as fast as you can. As fast as you can, try to get them off. Try to get yourself off any kind of guaranteed pay. Do you know what people are like? That's too scary. Well, if you study the brain, guess what? Biggest part, most powerful part of the brain is the amygdala. That's the part that stores fear memories. Now, what's the problem with fear memories? And your amygdala, by the way, if you look behind it's behind your eyes, halfway between the back of your skull and your eyes. That's the amygdala. Now, when you burn your hand on a stove when you're 5 years old, that came from the amygdala. That goes into the amygdala. And then guess what happens? 5 years from then, you're near a stove. You don't put your hand in the stove because the amygdala kicks in. It's the memory response part that is so strong that literally almost the rest of our brain is completely under its service. Almost completely. Okay? So, for you, the amygdala is your greatest enemy. The amygdala is your enemy if you want to make a lot of money. So what have they found? That there's a part of your brain, another part called the MPFC, the median prefrontal cortex. What does that thing be able to do? The median prefrontal cortex, it allows you to annihilate those memories. Annihilate memories. You can create fear annihilation memories. So a lot of you are afraid to jump your business. You're afraid to get off any form of outside pay. Some of you are already advanced and have a business making money, and you're afraid to rock the boat and grow because it's working for you now. That means you are being the servant of your amygdala. And what you must do when you fall off the horse, get back on, because you generate new median prefrontal cortex memories that will override, and annihilate those parts of your brain. Very, very important. Very important. I want you to annihilate those parts of your brain, those memories in your brain, that amygdala response. Don't be, what I've learned about people? People survive. People survive. I haven't had a salary since I was 16, and you're able to survive as long as one thing you must do. I'm going to read this as I end because I've gone now 4.5 hours. This is as long as I've done. It's interesting. I've got it one day. I'm going to get a whole bunch of food and energy drinks, and I'm going to go as long as I can. I think I could probably go 6 to 8 hours. I've done it before. I did that on the business school. I went, 12 hours. So, all right. So here's the thing. And let me just say one thing for some of you on here. Well, I'll come back to this. I'm going to end with this, all right? One of my favorite quotes. Two of my favorite quotes. What this whole thing, the whole summary I'm trying to say to you. Chief Tecumseh, famous Indian chief. He said, "So live your life that the fear of death can never enter your heart. Trouble no one about their religion. Respect others in their view and demand that they respect yours. Love your life, perfect your life, beautify all things in your life. Seek to make your life long in its purpose in the service of your people. Prepare a noble death song for the day when you go over the great divide." Listen to what he said. Love your life, perfect your life, beautify all things in your life. I would add to that on this business call. Love your business. Perfect your business. Beautify all things in your business. You know, Alan Nation said, Ty, here's the thing about a business. It's like having a baby. The first year, it keeps you up all night. Things going wrong, crying, problems. In the second year, it's a pain, it's a brat. And it gets a little easier the third year, but it's still a lot of work. And it's a lot of work for a while. But he said, if you do it right, one day that baby will take care of you. And that's what your business must do. If you love your children, perfect your children, help them become better, beautify the life of your children, one day they will take care of you. And that's the same thing with your business. Love that business. Perfect it. Be obsessed with it. Learn about it. Because one day it will give you the bread that you need when you don't want to have to work for your whole life. Most people in the world are now having to work to 70 and 80 years old. If they had been in this Millionaire Mentor Academy or even on this call when they were 20 years old or however old you are, 30, 40, all that could have been averted. As Lao Tzu, the great philosopher, said, he said, do what is difficult when it is easy. You know, most of us only change when we have to, but boy, that's a horrible way to live life. Beethoven was never happy, even though he made an incredible amount of money, because he always spent all his money and didn't save any. He never thought ahead. He never invested his money. He was always spending it in things that were gone, food and wine and drink and clothing. Instead, if he had been an investor mentality, it's like Mike Tyson. He made $400 million. Invest it. For you, you have money. All of us have some level of money. Put it away, not in a place where it can rust, rot, depreciate. Put it in a way like the Bible says. I'm not religious, but I like to take quotes from anywhere that's great that I can find. You know, it says, where the moth cannot eat them, where rust cannot destroy them, that's where you put your investment. So take the money that you have. This is $2,500 a month, which is nothing. A Harvard MBA is $60,000 for 1 year. This is stuff they're not even teaching there. This is all, no professors. You learn something from professors, but not the stuff when it comes to business of actually making money. Who do you want to learn from? Somebody who's done it, walked the walk, been there before, can avert the danger before it happens, right? That's what you're going to learn in this program. I don't let everyone in. If you're on this call, I'm throwing in all that live. If you want to buy that, if you come back later, you're not going to get, that's only available to people that are on this. So that extra $4,000 worth of stuff, if you buy, you can buy the come back into the Purple Belt Mini MBA later, but I'm not going to throw in that. You can just buy the live seminar ticket on your own. That's an important one. It's a weekend with me, handful of people. Nothing like working one-on-one with people. I'm also putting access to the email and texting me. Think about your life and what will best perfect and beautify your life. And let me give you this last quote from a great guy. He wrote, Jim Collins, he wrote Good to Great. I'm going to throw in one last thing, too, before I talked about this last time. You know, tell you a story. It's a sad story, okay, but it reiterates this point. There's a guy, his name is Daniel Lewin. Most of us have never heard of him, right? But he was a self-made billionaire before he's 30. Billionaire, not millionaire. $1 billion before he's 30. So this guy, Daniel, he has this idea when he's young. Smart, he's good with computers. He started a company called Akamai, and he figured out a way that he could have basically what's called a CDN. He could deliver images and videos to us, people watching YouTube and looking at websites really fast, faster than normal. So he had this idea. He went to Bill Gates. He went to Steve Jobs. Hey, invest in me. And I can't remember if it was Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. One of them didn't really, like, he didn't want to hear what Daniel Lewin had to say. And Daniel Lewin kept coming back. And he called the police and had him removed from the building. This kid who had the most genius idea ever. I can't remember if it was Bill Gates. I think it was Bill Gates. But eventually Bill Gates and Steve Jobs realized this kid was right. And so they invested. He got his investment money in Daniel Lewin's form at Akamai. It became one of the biggest companies behind the scenes that you and I have never heard of, but he was a billionaire. He's 29 years old. He had on top of the world. They said he would have been the next Steve Jobs. But something happened. He was 29. He had a wife he loved, a daughter he loved. September 11th, 2001, he got on a plane in Boston. And that plane, it was up in there. He was a big guy. He is an ex-military guy. And I don't know if you remember, but one of the things the terrorists did in 2001 and 9/11 was they killed some people. They cut some people's throats with box cutters. Well, he was a big guy, and he was sitting in a chair, and one of those terrorists came behind him, probably because they were afraid that this big guy would beat them all up. He was stronger than half of them combined. And they reached behind him. They killed him and slit his throat. He died. Billionaire. Wife, family, all his future crashed into that tower. Horrible tragedy, right? Now, people say, what is the point of this story? I like to tell this story when I speak at university. Life is short. Life is intense. You know, it's all good to have fun, and I love to have fun as much as anybody. But when you party hard. But when you work, and when it comes to business, it's intense. You need to be intense. Not to the point of stressing out. You know, you need breaks. But life is serious. Life, I love chess. My family's all chess players. And I always would say, life is like a chess game. But I realize it's not. Because in chess, I play people, and when it's their turn to make their move, they take 5 hours to make their move. They sit there and think. That's not life. Life is like, have you ever seen timed chess? Where there's a timer on it? That's the life we live on. That's the life we live in. And that's the business you're in. So do everything that you can to increase the time. Cut things from your life. Cut bad influences from your life. Stop. Break bad habits. Work out more. Read more. But remember, it all comes from changing who you're around. The biggest predictor of your weight, I don't need to know how much you weigh. Show me your 5 friends. Show me your 5 closest friends before I see a picture of you, and I'll know how much you weigh. Show me the income of your 5 closest friends. I can guess how much money's in your bank account within $100. That's what Earl Shoaf used to tell Jim Rohn. He's like, you do this, I'll tell your bank account within $100. Change who you're around. One thing in this academy, it changes who you're around because you have access to the other people in it and high-level people. Change it. We can't pull ourselves. If you're drowning, you can't pull yourself out by your own hair. You need someone else standing outside and pulling you up. We all get pulled up. I don't care if you're already making $1 million a year. Stop comparing yourself to your friends that make $500,000. Start thinking like I said earlier on, the kid who was one of the investors in Facebook. He owns Tiger, a hedge fund. He made $450 million last year. That's who I want to compare myself to because that consistently pushes me. The great positive psychologist and professor, Martin Seligman, he said there's 3 ways we can live our life. There's level 1, momentary happiness. That's what Hollywood teaches. But that won't make you happy. You feel good in the moment. You're on a vacation. You know, when I lived at the Amish for 2.5 years, I learned a lot. One of the things that Amish, according to Jared Diamond, are 5 times happier than the average person. 5 times less depression at the Amish. Why? Well, I saw it firsthand. You know, I met an Amish guy. He was about 60 years old. I was like 20. And I asked him. He milked cows. He was a dairy farmer. Milked cows in the morning, milked cows at night. I saw he had a good life. He worked with his kids and his family and the community, and he did things. He made the world, you know, he was steward of the land and the environment, and he felt good. And I asked him, do you take vacations? And he said, the last time I took a vacation was when I got married. I said, how old were you when you got married? He said, 22. He's a 60-year-old guy. And you know what? People think, vacations, momentary happiness is how you be happy. It's already been proven false. Where do you know? Momentary happiness is okay, but it's not the highest level. The second level of happiness is what Martin Seligman calls, I think he calls it the authentic happiness. What it is meaningful. And what that means is you're working in a day-to-day occupation that utilizes your natural strength and your natural passions, and it pushes you just hard enough that it's almost unreachable, but you're able to reach it. Like Kobe Bryant playing basketball. He's naturally 6'6", great basketball player. His dad was a basketball player. Every day he's playing basketball. It pushes him to be the best, but he's able to pull it off. That gives you that level 2 happiness. But there's the last one, that level 3 happiness, which is what he calls the authentic life. That's where you're doing, like Kobe Bryant, your best according to your strength and stretching you, and you're just reaching it, but then you're doing it for the good of a group of people. Like Warren Buffett says, purpose of life is to get love from only those people that you want to be loved by, right? So with this business, with this thing that you're doing, I want to bring you not to level 1 happiness, where you're just moment by moment. I want you to have that too. But more important, we're going to find that strength and get you in that. That's your life purpose. That will bring you fulfillment. I was listening to a YouTube video by George Lucas, the guy, the producer of Star Wars, made $2-3 billion. And he said, I've learned. They asked him, what did you learn in your long life making money and all this craziness? And he said, it's not the momentary happiness that matters. So that's what he said. He said, I went too much for momentary happiness. Go for that meaningful, authentic life, that level 2 and that level 3 stuff. And you're going to do that by associating with the right people, by changing big habits and little ones, but doing it in a systematic way. That's why I created this. That's why we created this step-by-step systematic approach. Okay? So I'm going to leave you with this last quote. Jim Collins, he said, never give in. Never give in. Be willing to change tactics, but never give up your core purpose. Be willing to kill failed business ideas, even to shutter big operations you've been in for a long time. But never give up on the idea of building a great company. Be willing to evolve into an entirely different portfolio of activities, even to the point of zero overlap with what you do today, but never give up on the discipline to create your own future. Be willing to embrace loss, to endure pain, to temporarily lose freedoms, but never give up in the faith in the ability to prevail. Be willing to form alliances with former adversaries, to accept necessary compromise, but never, ever give up on your core values. So I would say to you, those of you listening, never give up. Do not give up. Be willing to change ideas that you've fallen in love with. Never fall in love. Only fall in love with the idea of your core purpose succeeding. That's it. Everything else is just noise. Kill the noise. Change who you're around. Remember to become sophisticated in all areas of your business. All of them, even the ones that are you're most weak at now. Focus on the advisory. Find mentors. Build your board of advisors. Bring in paid consultants. Read a book a day. Spend $30,000 on Amazon. Buy every course like Romeo. Buy $1 million worth of knowledge and courses. That is an appreciating asset. Cut all the expenses that are in depreciating things. Things that with 20 years from now, not only cost you what you paid for them then, but they made you lose out on many opportunities. Test. Split test. Don't leave $28 million on the table that I did. Be humble. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are the meek. Be meek. Be like Sam Walton. What did Sam Walton do? Even when he was a billionaire, every day he said, I've been to more competitors' stores. Don't forget what Art of War Sun Tzu says. Don't forget. He who knows himself only, for every battle he wins, loses one. Know your competitor. Be afraid of eroding margins. Do all you can to build a moat around your business, a moat around land, who you know, labor, your skill and the skill of the team that you build around you. And lastly, capital. Find an infinite cash injection machine, whether it be selling shares, debt, or simply selling more of what you have and having your customers help fund you. Whatever it is, do those things. You will not survive without them in this world of 7 billion people, where people are getting smarter and smarter and smarter every day and more skilled. Be intense. Life is short. Life is short. All right. Love your life. Perfect your life. Beautify all things in your life. We almost made 5 hours. 4 hours and 52 minutes. Thank you. I'm honored that you guys were willing to stay. Almost all of you stayed all the way to the end. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. Again, if you have any questions on the boot camp, email, text my staff. Like I said, those bonuses are only available right now, so if you want those, I'll keep the buy button up for another hour so you can ask questions, but don't put it off. I'm only letting in a small amount of people. I don't like too many. I let in 5 or 10 people, and we did this call yesterday, and we're almost full now. So I'm not saying that as just try to give you false urgency, but it is true. My goal here is not to make money, but I always, like Joel Salatin said, charge people and then give them 5 times more value. It's guaranteed you'll get way more value. Have courage. Think like an investor. The largest segment of self-made, successful people are people who are investors. Think like an investor. All right? So talk to you soon. Love your life. Perfect your life.